Let's try again. My microphone was unplugged, so let me know if you can hear me well now. In this live stream, we're going to build the second PC streaming command center. It's not going to be marathonic. I'll try to do as much as I can, but today I had to wake up very early, so I'm kind of tired. But let's see how it goes. Okay, well, thank you very much, buddy. So, I'm uploading a video showing all the details of this, of the 5090 build, and I'm very happy about it, and everything. I mean, the cable management is off the chart. It's just pure art. Okay, I spent 20 hours just on the cable management, and I'm not doing like a professional thing where you have to follow a line or anything like that, but I'm just doing my piece of art. It's like a mess, but it's organized to my view. So I'm very happy how it looks, and everything is working fine. So we connected everything well. So yeah, I don't have to touch this one anymore for now. But this one, we have a lot to do. A lot, because cable management right now on this one is at level 0. Okay. Well, we already have the cables coming out from where they are supposed to come out. But we have a lot to do. A lot to do. Now, good thing, this case has 4 fans. They are already pre-installed. And the cable management is already decent for these fans. So I only have to take care of the power supply. And we're going to be cleaning the CPU again. It's already clean, but just to make sure it doesn't have any dust particles. And I'm going to put some thermal paste, put the gigantic air cooler. But I'm going to leave that for the end, because once I have the huge air cooler, then I don't have enough space. So I'll start by plugging in the connectors, try to get the cable management. I might not go in detail with the cable management today, because it would take me forever. But let's see if we can finish it. Maybe I can finish it today. How's it going? Ali Khan. Good streaming, so thank you very much. So let's get started. I just have a screwdriver. Not a lot of preparation for these, so I might have to reach for some tools. But yeah, let me know. How's it going? What's positive versus negative airflow for fans? Well, right now on this case, I have negative airflow. So I mean, negative airflow would be all the fans exhausting, I think. But here I actually have the bottom fans pushing air into the case, and then I have these side fans out and the exhaust is out. So this is exhaust. So only taking air from the bottom of the case. That's not ideal for airflow, but the thing is, I have tested the temperatures already, and it's overkill. I mean, I don't need any. So what I did basically with this build is I lowered the speed of all the fans to the bare minimum, so it is in silent mode. And the CPU with this huge liquid cooler, shader compilation on Uncharted 4, which is very long the first time, very long, 100% CPU utilization for a very long time, was 74 Celsius, with the fans barely spinning. So I much rather go for silent, because I'm not doing overclocking yet or anything. So it is less than whisper quiet. It's like I cannot hear anything. Sometimes I can hear a little bit of coil whine coming from the GPU. Aside from that, there's no other noise. The hard drive that I have makes more noise. And the GPU, for coil whine to happen on the 5090, it's like when I'm getting 200 and plus FPS, it gets a little bit noisy sometimes. But yeah, I think negative would be all the fans going out, but I'm not sure. You have 7 fans. How many pull air in? So I already answered that. So only 3 in from the bottom. The rest is exhaust. So let's check this out. This one. Now this one is different though, because this case already have these fans reverse. So what I mean by that is the fans that I have on this case, for them to look like this, so you can see the beautiful part of the fan, they are actually exhaust. But now these fans on this case, they are intake, which is better. So I'm much rather have intake with a beautiful part with this kind of cases. So they thought about it and they reverse the fans. So I think that's a great idea. Now the thing is, of course, the fans on the 5090 case are way more expensive. So yeah, but these are looking pretty good. They might not have the addressable RGB everywhere, but let's see how they look. How's it going, George? Man, the AIO is so overkill. Actually, the video I am uploading now, it's mostly about the AIO. It's the start of the show. But what I like the most about the AIO is that I can lower the fans to the bare minimum and not have to worry about it. And I have the PC whisper quiet and the temperatures are perfect. I mean, during gaming, the CPU is at 55 Celsius. And if it's a very heavy game, maybe 60, 63, 65 maximum. I'm talking about playing, Rise of the Ronin, which is like a virus. So aside from that, it's super overkill. That AIO is for overclocking. So it's like, it's fantastic because you don't need noise from the fans. And I don't hear anything, I don't hear any water anymore, I don't hear anything. So the noise that I was hearing the first day was the exhaust fan was not exhausting. It was taking in and it was making a lot of noise. You say my name very wrong, but that's okay. I don't know how to say that. Alikan Ergul. I don't know how to say that, man. It's like we have people watching from all over the world, different languages. I have no clue. I only know how to speak Spanish and English. So let's see how this is looking so far. Out of the box, we have some cable management already from the case. This is the 110RPZ. So this is the MAG Pano 110RPZ. Now let me tell you, this case for me, being able to fit the gigantic air cooler, that is such a big deal. Because basically this case, you can do it all. You can fit a 360 AIO in the top. You can fit gigantic air coolers. You have plenty of space for cable management. It comes with 4 fans. I mean, if MSI didn't send me this case with all the addressable RGB fans and all of that, there's no way I would buy this any day. And it looks good too. It also has the panoramic glass in the front and glass on the side. So the thing is, this bigger case that I decided to use for the 5090 is nice. It's like $130, maybe if you get it discounted, $100. But it comes with no fans. No fans. So the thing is, the fans get more expensive than the case itself. So when you finish, you're basically spending double the money for this case. And it is nicer, it is bigger, it is a lot heavier though. So that might not be the best thing about it. It is super heavy. I think it's almost double the weight of this one. It also has the more space and the anti-sag for the GPU, which I like it. But the thing is, I will buy this. If it was my money, I will buy this rather than buying the bigger one. It's just so much less money. And also, one thing I like about this one is that you can easily remove the front glass. On this big one, you can remove it, but it's not as easy. So this one, you can easily just remove it and put it back. So if you need to be replacing GPUs for benchmarks or whatever, you can do that. So I really like this case. Let's see how I do with the build on this one. X3D chip runs insanely cool while gaming at crazy low wattage. It is really cool, man. It is really cool. And let me tell you, I am blown away with the 9800 X3D. I'm going to make more videos about it. It's like I can see the difference everywhere. There's not a single game I have tried so far where I cannot see the difference. It's just insane. So what's up, Z Row X? What's up, X Bone? One more inhale. No, I already took the air. I sucked all the air out of the room already. Oh, so yeah, let's see how we do. Now, I already have all the cables out. Now, when it comes to strategy for cable management, I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I'm trying to learn on the fly. I think I'm going to first connect everything to the motherboard, and then try to go from there. I might have to disconnect it and then go back and try to make it look better and all that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna connect everything to the motherboard. Then let's see what happens. So let's see what I have here. So this is CPU power over here, and we have just a bunch of cables for the back for the drives and the fans. Now I'm gonna lay this down here. I'm gonna change the camera to get a closer look, and I'm gonna connect everything. Let me make sure I don't rest the case on top of the screwdriver so I don't scratch the case. Let's take a look at it. Gonna get it closer. Let's check it out. You know, building the PC, when it comes to connecting the cables, you have to read the manual for the motherboard and all of that. But really, this thing has not changed in a very long time. For the most part, the cables are very similar, and they go in the same place. I remember I built like a Pentium 3, then a 4770 Intel, then a 2700 Ryzen 7 2700, and the 5800 X3D, and now these 5800 X3D and the 9800 X3D, and it is almost the same. So the cables, you always have this big connector for the motherboard. The power for the CPU it has always been on the same place. So yeah, the SATA cables, you always have the front of the case for the power about the same place. So very similar. The audio is always been over here. So it's not a big deal. Sometimes there's something you don't know where to connect, but not a big deal. I'm gonna use some. I'm gonna be cleaning a little bit, like a quick air, just to make sure we get it clean. This 24 pin has the knob on the outside, so I wanna straighten the cable. Connect it. See if it clicks. It did. Now, sometimes one of my biggest fears is this cable sometimes it is so this connector sometimes is super tight and very hard to get in. One of the things that I think is very good about getting the components from the same brand, like power supply and the motherboard from the same brand, is I think the tolerances are gonna be, the how hard it is to get the cables in and out. It might be better because I didn't struggle with the MSI motherboard and the MSI power supply in inserting this at all. Now here I didn't struggle either, but I have experience with this power supply in some motherboards. Definitely, I had a B450, I think it was, and it was super hard to get this cable in. So yeah, how's it going, Carlos? Congrats on the new gear, bro. Hope you enjoy. I'm enjoying it already, man. It is. I opened today some games, of course. All the games that I have really. I think the biggest difference that I saw was an Uncharted 4 and the Lost Legacy. I mean, I was getting with the 5800X3D on the first on the prologue, I was getting like 80 to 90 FPS because there's a lot of NPCs, so it was CPU bound. And with the 9800X3D, I was getting minimum 133 frames. So from 80 to 133, okay? Big difference. And then once you get out of the main of that beginning of the game with a lot of NPCs, when you're driving around in the forest area, I was getting 200 plus, up to 250 frames per second, which I realized the game is capped to 250 FPS. So with the new PC, I am realizing that some of these games have an FPS cap. Hell is Us, for example, had a 300 FPS cap. And I tried to remove it by modifying the config file, but it was not working for some reason. So Hell is Us doesn't run fast at all. I was getting like 130 plus. But with frame generation, I could get 360 for the monitor if I needed to. But the game is capped to 300 FPS, so I cannot get more than 300 with frame generation. But there's a way to fix it. I just couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I don't need to breathe again in a week. Clean and cable management as low as you want. We only wanted you to be faster with the last stream because we wanted to see exciting stuff like CPU initial first impressions. Okay. What resolution you primarily play at? So I try to do 4K DLSS balance, bare minimum. So that is my, if I need to go balance for 120 plus, I do. But of course, I try to do DLSS, DLAA if I can. But DLSS quality is very good. But I can see the difference. DLSS, DLAA, I can see the difference because I am playing at 65 inches. On the monitor, for example, on the 360 monitor, 27 inch, I don't really care. If I have to go 1440p DLSS balance is fine because of the size. But on the TV, I am way more sensitive to a resolution, so I want a higher resolution. But DLSS performance looks very good. But for a 1590, of course, you try to get it higher. Now let's see what else we have here. This is the cables for the GPU, so I'm not gonna be using these for a while. This is USB HD audio, the front panel of the case. So we have this 2-pin weird connector that I don't know if my motherboard, this is the X570 Tough Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. This motherboard, I don't think it has this cable. I don't know where. This is a 2-pin. There's 3-pin cable. One is empty. I don't know what this cable does and or where it goes. I have no idea. It is supposed to be for the front panel. So I don't know. This is USB for the front panel. What is this? This audio? I don't know. It is not USB-C. There's a separate cable. So this is the USB-C cable. Let's see where it is. No, actually, I kept it on the back because I know I cannot connect it on this motherboard. It doesn't have USB-C input. So yeah, I really don't know what this is for. If you know, let me know. RGB. I don't know. But I don't see on this board, I don't see where to put that cable. There's not a single connector here that has two, that is 3 female, and it has 2 in and 1 is empty. I don't see it. I don't see it here at the bottom. There's one that has 3 in a row, and there's one that has 2 and 1 empty in the middle, but this one is not empty in the middle, it's empty in the corner. So that's not the one. So none of this here. Maybe actually I see a space like that here. There is, yeah, actually I do see a space like that here, but it will be me guessing. It has 1 empty and then 2, but then it has more. So this one in this corner here, you see it's a bunch of cables, and this is for the front panel. So I am on the right place, and I only see 2 places where it makes sense. Right here at the corner, it has 1 empty and 2 in a row. So actually, no, actually this makes sense. This has 2 empty and 1 pin sticking out. So this needs 2 pins and 1 empty. So I think this is the only place actually where this is going to fit in the entire board. But no, this doesn't go here. It doesn't fit. So, but yeah, that's the closest thing on the entire motherboard. So I'm just gonna keep it, hidden somewhere. Now let me give it some air. Let me give this thing some air because I see some dust. Actually, you see, I don't like when this starts doing that. Yeah, I don't know. It gives me like I don't think that's supposed to damage anything, but I don't like it. So let me get my gun. It's gonna get a little bit noisy. But I need to get my gun here. How loud was that? Was that too bad? That is to connect another fan for daisy chain. Okay, so I don't need it then. because all of these are connected to the controller. All these fans are connected to the controller. Good to know then. So let's see, we got here. Okay, let me start connecting these. So this is front panel and HD audio. So HD audio goes here. Now I do have to say something I don't like about this case. I think it was an oversight. The power supply is blocking this entrance. You're supposed to have an entrance here for cables, but it is blocked by the power supply. So I think that is a design oversight, because you can only use this entrance to the right of the motherboard. So if you want to have something to the left so it is closer, you cannot. So this audio cable, for example, is gonna have to come from here all the way to the corner, and I don't think that's a good idea. That's the cleanest thing, but you have no choice. So yeah, it's not ideal, but it's what it is. I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't really care that much about aesthetics. I am more about, you know, it being organized. So I think this only goes one way. That's the good thing about these cables. I'm not sure if they do it on purpose. Probably. Everything is done on purpose here. But you cannot even connect it wrong, because it only goes one way. Now I wish all these cables and connectors, they were a lot harder to break, instead of just a very fragile thin nail-like metal sticking out, because you can easily bend one of these and then it's a brick. So yeah, let's see what else. So that's audio. This is USB front panel. So we have two USBs here, 1 and 2, so I can use any of them. So this one has to be empty this way, so right corner. The right corner. No, like this. No. Oh, it actually only goes in here. Let's see. No, it doesn't go in here. Does it? No. Let me see. I'm looking at it. Like it would not fit. I'm looking at this thing, and it doesn't have the close. Doesn't have the close on the right side. This doesn't fit here. That is so weird. Maybe I have to use this. It says panel. This is for the front panel. It's not USB. It says F panel. So it probably goes here somewhere, because it doesn't fit on the USB ones. So this one has only one. It has only one that doesn't have a hole. So looking at it that way, it could go here. I think. Yeah, I think that's right. Let me make sure. Of course, the best thing is to read the manual and all of that, but It was the worst thing that can happen. Something would catch on fire or something. I don't think so. If it fits, it should be there. It should go there. They usually do it that way, so there's no way. For example, there's no way I could fit this, even when it is very similar, on the USB ports, because it doesn't have the. It has this hole blocked. It is sealed, so it wouldn't go in. It doesn't matter which position I try to get it in. It's not gonna go in here. So the only place where it would go is right here, and it says panel, and this is for the front panel. So I have to guess it has to go here for sure. So that's how I do it. I am betting on the engineers who designed this to make it so there's no way you can connect it wrong. If it fits, it goes there. That's my theory. But maybe one day that's not going to apply and I'm gonna blow up something. So if you see me doing something that's going to be catastrophic, just let me know. Now here we have fan, PWM, and addressable RGB. So I know where this goes. It goes in here. This is addressable RGB. It has a missing, one of the holes is sealed. And I can see that it goes this way. And actually, this one is very fragile. These things are very thin. You cannot see anything. I have my hand in front of it. So what I'm saying is this white connector here, this is very thin. Very thin. So I have to be very careful with these addressable RGB connectors because they can easily break, I think. Now we have PWM. Now this is not the CPU one. So there's a connector that looks exactly the same, but it's supposed to be for the CPU. So I'm not going to use that one. I have two here. One says CPU fan, CPU opt. So I don't want to use these. I might want to use one at the bottom. I have plenty over here. So I think I'm gonna use one at the bottom because maybe these two are for the CPU or maybe only one of them. But just in case, I'm gonna play it safe. And actually, I'm gonna change these two cables. I'm gonna change them to the bottom. So it is cleaner too. So I don't have anything here at the top. I'm gonna change these two to come down to the bottom of the case. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is too close. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get these. Now the thing is, I'm not sure if they're gonna reach though. These two cables. Let me see if they are long enough. Yeah, they are. They are long enough. Maybe I can fit them. Let me see if I can fit them on this side. So there's a white addressable RGB here, and that's it. So I have three. One here, one here, one here. So I have to go through here. This hole. Let me see how. I do have plenty of space to cable manage that later. It's not gonna be a problem. It's not gonna be a problem. I just don't want to do it at the top. I think it's gonna be cleaner anyway. Let's go. You have the USB header. You have the USB header, correction. Carlos Flores is right. The other one is the RGB. Okay, let me see. The other one is the address of the RGB connector. Oh, so you mean the 3-pin one that you were saying is for daisy chain? Maybe I think if I take a picture of a connector and Google that picture, maybe I can find it. But it's hard to take a picture of that. Now I'm going to need a lot of, I'm gonna need some of these SATA connectors, but this is a thin cable anyway, so it's gonna be fine. Oh no, actually this white connector here on the motherboard is not it's not addressable RGB. It has all 4 pins. I don't know what this is for actually. This white connector here, you see it has all, this one has all 4 pins. So it looks similar, but it's not the same. See the addressable RGB connectors. This addressable RGB connector is missing 1 pin. That's how it's supposed to be. And this one too. No, actually this one is not missing a pin. So I don't know what are they for. This is the only one I have, so I have to use this one. This is the only one that's missing that pin. So I have no choice, I have to use that one. What I can do, I guess it's fine. I mean, I guess it's fine. One is for the CPU. I don't need more for the CPU because, let me see. This CPU fans, I have 2 fans, but I have an adapter. So this thing comes with an adapter, so they both go to the same. But if I didn't have this adapter and I had to connect both fans separately, I would have to use these 2 for the fans, but I only need 1, so I guess it's fine. I can use it. It's fine. I wonder what are these? What are all these for then? If this is addressable RGB, this one says RGB header. So this is RGB too. But it would not fit. It would not fit this connector because this connector is missing. It has a lock. One of the holes is blocked, so it's not going to go. It's not gonna go in here. So maybe this is addressable RGB when it has this, and when it has all the holes, maybe it is regular RGB header. So yeah, this is my only choice right here. So I have to go back to what it was. Well, this thing's gonna happen. You have to go back and forth sometimes. That's how it is. So, let me put this the way it was. And also it was cable managed
to go that way out of the box, so they are expecting you to connect it there anyway. That's where it's supposed to go. Let's go, man. I'm excited to have this PC build so I can use it for the streams. We can do a different kind of content too. Day one game performance disaster videos. So I can be like, okay, well this game is trash. Performance is garbage, bro. Or maybe just praise them. Be like, oh wow, this is amazing. It depends. I have to find the hole, man. It's not easy sometimes. But you don't wanna make a mistake with this because you're gonna break it. So I was gonna go there, and it's gonna go here. Just like that. So we're gonna cable match that later. Now let's see what else. We have CPU power. So let's get that out of the way. CPU power is an easy one. Now I'm going to need only one, but for my CPU, but I'm gonna have both just in case. So I need another of these. I'm not sure where it is. So this motherboard has an 8-pin and a 4-pin, just for additional power. But in some CPUs you might not need the additional 4-pin one, but I'm gonna use it anyway. It's not going to hurt anything. So we got 4 pins here. Actually, before I connect it, let me give it a just in case there's a particle of dust or something. Now let me see where, if I have another of these somewhere, I might need. We got the GPU, the 8-pin connectors for the GPU. Got one, the CPU one. I need another one. Let's see where I have the cables for the power supply, because I need that one. Okay, let me see if I can find that somewhere. Imagine you put a new paste on the 5800X3D and running game starts running perfectly. Well, let me tell you, I mean, that thermal paste was way overdue, but I think it was still working fine, because when I removed the fans, the heatsink got very hot. So if the heatsink got very hot and the CPU didn't overheat immediately, that means that thermal paste was still working well. So make sure you're using EPS cables for CPU, not PCI Express. Yes, they look identical. Yes, they say CPU on this power supply. They are labeled. So I have to find that one. I'm not sure where it is. That's what she said. Okay. How's it going, Benny? Yeah, we're back. We are back. Let me see if I can find this. this CPU power connector. Let's see if I think I have it somewhere over here. I'll be right back. I don't know why I didn't have that cable. In the box. So I guess I can try to find it later maybe, before I turn on the PC. I'm not gonna turn on the PC without it. But I don't want to forget. Let me go quickly upstairs to find the original box for that power supply, to see if it is in there. Maybe I saved it there. I'll be right back. I'm back and I found the cable. This is the power supply I'm using for for this build. This power supply is 5 years old, but it has a 10-year warranty, so should be good. This is 750 watts. See where it says that. Yeah, 750 watts. You can see it right there at the top. 750 watts for the 3080 5800X3D. That works very well. Actually, the 5800X3D is very, very efficient. Not a lot of power. Let's see what we got. What's the EPS cable? EPS cable are the 8-pin cables used for the CPU power. Top left of the motherboard. Let's go. So this is the one. So this cable, I think this cable says EPS on the power supply side. I'm not sure though. No, this says power supply side here, and then CPU on this side. The 8-pin CPU. See, it's clearly labeled there. So there's no room for mistake. Now this is brand new, so I am clearly missing the one I was using, because I was using this cable. I'm sure about that. I don't know where it is, but this is brand new. Like, I've never used this cable, and I don't think this power supply comes with more than two. Why would this power supply come with more than two of these cables? More than two 8-pin? Maybe. I don't know why, but I'm gonna check the back of the power supply to see if it has more than two CPU 8-pin out. But yeah, this is brand new, so I don't know. I think I was using two 8-pin for the CPU before, but this one's new, so maybe not. I'll find it. It has to be somewhere in here. It's a brand new one. So let me see the back of this power supply. BSU. Okay, so CPU. CPU PCIe Express. So the thing is, on the power supply end, they do not make a distinction between the end that goes to a power supply. It is exactly the same for the PCIe Express cables and for the CPU cable. So the 8-pin for the GPU and for the CPU on the power supply end, on this power supply, is exactly the same. So maybe this power supply came with more than two. I don't have a way to know for sure. I believe I have that second cable missing somewhere in this room, but because it is just an absolute mess, I cannot find it. So I'm gonna go with a brand new cable for now. Let me move this one to the I'm gonna move this one to the side so I can connect the new one. Let's see. I have to go by feeling here. I don't see anything. There you go, that worked. Let's go with the second one. Second one is easy. See, it's so brand new. It it was very, very tight. Brand new cable. So I'm gonna use the brand new cable for the main power, just in case that's more reliable, because it's brand new. So I'm gonna use that for the main, and then the old one for the secondary. Sometimes it's hard to get it through the hole. Okay. This is for a bunch of cables here for SATA. For SATA, for the fans, for the controller that controls all the fans. It's the same kind of power connector. So now let's see how we are. I'm gonna go. This is on the way. Now this is an easy one. Let me connect this one. This is for the front USB 3.0. It's actually labeled here on the connector. USB 3.0. This one goes in here. And now this is a very dangerous cable. I remember struggling to remove this cable big time. Basically, you know, afraid of breaking the motherboard. Is that it was very tight. So maybe this time around, or maybe this case, it's not that bad, because I struggle with this cable on the Chinese case. So I bought a $36 or $30, like 32 plus tax, something like that, Chinese case. But let me tell you, I would never do that again. I am buying a case. I mean, I don't need a case anymore, but I thought that was a very bad idea, because that Chinese case was absolutely terrible. My CPU cooler didn't fit on the case, so I had to use the side panel open. The case was on the floor. For what? To save $30 or $40, $50? It's not worth it, man. It is so much better to build a PC in a proper case. And things like this, for example, with that Chinese case and this thing being so tight, I was running the risk of breaking the motherboard when trying to remove it. So to save $50, I almost break $200. So yeah, I don't want to cheap out that bad again. $30 case, probably not the best idea. Let's see, this one goes. Especially when you cannot even close the thing. At that point, just put the motherboard on top of a table or something. You're gonna get better cooling. See if it clicks. No, it didn't click. This is not very good either. But at least it was not super hard. I think it is hard. It's not fully. Is it fully in? Yeah, it is fully in. Yeah, this one is not my favorite cable. Let's go and get the brand new CPU connector. How's it going? Absolute long play. Let's see. What's up? See what Benny says. So you need. It probably came with 2 EPS. You need 2 max CPU wattage, maybe. Not even the 5950X needs it unless you max it with liquid nitrogen. I have mine connected too, though, even though it adds to cable management. Yeah, I think that's what everyone does. Like, you know, it's not necessary, but everyone connects because, I mean, most people, because why not? It's like, you know, that's what she said. And where do you have a space for a CD drive? You know, my case, I had a case in Cuba for my 4770 Intel, and it was a Corsair case, very good case, very good. It was not, you know, tempered glass, but the side panel was protected for noise. So it had a, underneath the side panel, it had a, like a rubber material, and that case was very quiet. Not the prettiest thing, it was like the whole thing was black, but it was a good one. Now that one had a, like a CD space, but yeah, those are gone at this point. We don't have CDs anymore. Actually, hate how they kill optical drives and laptops and modern desktop cases. Let's see, you still have some discs are still relevant. I think the industry is tired of people ripping ripping the discs. Yeah, digital is just how they're making their money now. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So I want to remove this one before I forget. This is the old one, so I'm gonna have these in here. This is kind of ugly because they are, you know, it's like having a, I wish it was 8-pin because for aesthetic purposes, it looks very bad to only have one going in and then the other one is just doing nothing on the side, but I cannot separate them. This power supply doesn't have the ability to separate them. The other power supply that I got does have this kind of cable separated, not like this, for example. This is very ugly because, for example, I'm going to use, I could connect the GPU with only one of these, but my 3080 has coil wine, and if you use two of them, potentially you could reduce the coil wine a little bit. That's what I've, you know, read. But this looks very bad because you know, I have like, yeah, these two extra PCIe going nowhere. This looks extremely bad. But I much rather try less coil wine. But let me know, do you think this is like no improvement and it's just gonna look way worse? What do you think about that? Because that's what I was doing before. I had these two PCIe to my 3080, and yeah, I didn't care too much about the aesthetics because I had a $30 Chinese case that was open because I couldn't fit the air cooler. But now that I want to look at it because I have the nice tempered glass, I don't want to be looking at this thing all the time. So what do you think about that? Is that really, you know, reducing the coil wine, or is it's not? Get this man a cable mod. But are the cable mod extra cables, aren't they sometimes like dangerous, or maybe you're gonna have a lot, because those are very long cables, like extension cables. You're gonna have a lot more to do with the cable management, right? Undervolt 3080. Yeah, I mean, that might be a good idea now that I am not going to be using the 3080 as the main gaming PC to reduce the noise. But if I'm not gaming, that's not gonna be noisy anyway. But that might be a bad idea. Try to reduce that. So we got this connected. I think they click. We got these connected. They click. Kind of. Let's see what else we have. I think everything is connected. Now, what am I missing? The SATA. Now, let me get those before I forget. So now, let me decide the drive that I'm gonna put on this PC. Let's see how much space I have on this case for drives, because I have a bunch of very old 5400 RPM mechanical drives that are like 500 gigabytes from 2003. Those drives that I brought from Cuba. That, you know, I don't wanna have a bunch of noisy drives here for no reason, but why not? Let me try to use what I have. Storage is never enough. I don't think we ever have enough storage. So they are slow as a dinosaur, but I'm gonna use them. So let's see, here we have a space for small drives. So these are for 2.5 only. SSDs and small mechanical drives. Let me disconnect these. Okay. So this is for small drives. I do have these. See how they go? They go like this hard thing. This is just some protuberance here coming out of the metal. Okay, so I'm gonna use two, a small, and then I have a big plastic bay area here. Just one. Let me see. We take a look at it close. So we have, yeah, just one. I wish they put another one, because there's space here at the top for another drive. Although if you do that, you're gonna have less space for cable management. But I would have liked them to add another big one, space for another big one. There you go. So yeah, I can only have a big one and two small drives over there. So let me see. Let's see where. Let me see what I have. Let's see what are my best drives from Cuba. I'm gonna try to go with the latest tech from 2003. 7200 RPM, very fast drives. Let me see this one. This is a Barracuda, 500 gigabytes. Let me see the speed on this bad boy right here. It doesn't say the speed. Do you know the speed by looking at this? I don't see the speed anywhere. Look at this drive that I have. 500 gigabytes, Seagate Barracuda. That's a good one from Cuba. I wonder what I have here. Probably some Cuban games. Let's see what else I have. So what do you think? I should retire these drives, or is it okay? How many of you are using these dinosaurs? anymore. I don't know, man. Storage is storage. They're gonna be a little bit noisy, but if you can save your stuff, let's see what else we have. So we have here a Toshiba. So I'm gonna choose which drive I'm gonna use on my PC now. This is a Toshiba. Let me see. AX002D from China. Let's see, what is the speed? Oh, look at the speed, man. 5400 RPM. I don't know what's the capacity on this one. Oh, 1 terabyte. Oh, that's a good one. That's 1 terabyte, man. It's gonna be slow. It's gonna be painful. There's gonna be a lot of pain and suffering involved, but it's 1 terabyte, so I think that one's going in. Then I have a Seagate. I have a Seagate 200. This one is 200 gigabytes, but we have a much faster speed. I think this one is 7200 RPM. Would you look at that? So let me ask you, what would you go with? Would you go with 1 terabyte at 5400 RPM, or would you go with 200 gigabytes at 7200 RPM? So are you going for a storage capacity or pure speed at 200 gigabytes? I don't know, man. I think that's a tough choice. That's a tough one. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, another of these fast 7200 RPM drives, 200 gigabytes, and we have here a Samsung. Oh, look, this one is a little bit higher capacity. Samsung 640 gigabytes. Samsung is always innovating. This one is 7200 RPM. But I think this drive, I think I drop it. One day I think I dropped this, and the health of this drive is not very good. So I'm not gonna put this one in here. But definitely I'm gonna go with this big boy, because we have 500 gigabytes. So I'm not gonna say no to that. We're definitely gonna go with this 1 terabyte, even if it's very slow, but it's 1 terabyte. And I have room for another one. So I think 200 gigabytes just too small. So I think I'm going to keep this 3. I'm going to keep this 200 and 200 out of the PC. It's just 200 gigabytes, too small. I'm going to use that with the external, and I'm going to keep this one out too, because it's just 640 gigabytes, and I think the health of that drive is not good anymore. So this is how I'm going to use them. I'm still going to use them. I'm going to save some stuff in there. I'm planning to use them with this. This is an external drive that I brought from Cuba. This is what I used to use to go and copy some games, to my friends' houses. So basically, the way it worked in Cuba is you go to a friend's house, you copy all the games, and then you go with those games to another friend's house, and you're like, okay, well, I have new games. So then he gives you the games that you don't have. Or maybe sometimes he's not going to have anything new. So you did him a favor. So next time he gets something, he's going to call you, and that's how it works. So that's how we got all the games in Cuba. It was pure Cuban trafficking. Cuban game trafficking. So yeah, that's how it worked. MSI actually has drives. I forgot to ask them. They have M.2s. I forgot to ask them. I saw a test of the Outer World 2, another game with Unreal Engine 5 that runs terrible, like Borderlands 4. Wow, if it's like Borderlands 4, it has to be a little bit better. That's too bad. For extra noise reduction, you install another set of fans on the radiator as push. For extra noise reduction? But what do you mean? Like another set of fans? Like you mean like where? Like the radiator already has 3 fans. What do you mean by another? I don't understand. So on this one, we're not gonna use a radiator on this one. We're gonna use the air cooler. I use the radiator for the 5090 PC. I only have one though. Maybe MSI sells additional HDD caddies separately. I don't know. The charm of memories. I have 3, but they are not connected. I keep old games and movies on them. I see. We have some Cuban games. I have 4 HDDs, but 1 Western Digital Red, 6 gigabytes. No, that's trash. I'm sorry. 6 gigabyte. I mean, that's a memory flash. That's not even a memory flash nowadays. I have 1 Toshiba and 2 Seagate. Yeah, I think a lot of people use the hard drive. I mean, storage is storage, whatever. Use one for OS and the other one for video games. No, I'm not gonna have the. If I install Windows on one of these, the PC is gonna be like a dinosaur. Definitely. Well, actually, I do have a VHS player. I got it when I bought the Pioneer Kuro. They were like, yeah, get this too. So they were trying to get rid of all their garbage, and they just gave me a VHS player. I've never used it. I have no discs. Just in time for when you build a retro PC in 10 years. Yeah, that's retro stuff already. 12 gigabytes, man. That's not even a flash nowadays. I mean, we've come a long way, that's for sure. Now let's see, where are we? I'm going to install the drives now. I'm gonna have this one. So let's see, where do I have the cables for the drive? I think I have a brand new cable that came with the motherboard, which I really appreciate. We have one, but I think I'm gonna have to use, so this is brand new. It came with a motherboard, but I need another one. And I don't wanna use, again, the blue cables that I brought from Cuba. Let's see if I have another black one somewhere. Because this is going to completely obliterate the aesthetics of the PC. But I think I have no choice. I don't have. Well, I think I'm gonna have to use one of these. Take a look at this. Have you ever seen an uglier cable? If you ask me, where did I get this cable from? Look at the aesthetics of this thing. Look at that. It doesn't get any better than that. I think, if I remember correctly, I got these cables from a server in Cuba somewhere. I don't remember, but you see they have a label 03. I think all these cables were one right after the other. A bunch of them, they were together through this plastic. You see that it has this plastic here that's broken. So I think I was like, okay, well, these are some SATA cables. Let me get them. So these are actually slow. These are 3 gigabytes. So if you have a very fast speed 720 RPM drive, you're gonna bottleneck that. I think. So, but that's what I have. So I'm gonna use that one of these for the 5400 RPM drive, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna work, but very ugly. I'm gonna try to see if I can find one somewhere, but at this time I have no clue, so I'm not gonna spend time on that. For now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna decide which one is less ugly. So let's see. If I compare this, I think I'm gonna go with this because I was able to clean cut this a little bit better. This one is a little bit more ugly, so I'm gonna go with number 3. It's a little bit more polished. So yeah, I'll try to hide the ugly part. But yeah, we're gonna have to go with it. I think, yeah, because, yeah, I think I have no choice. I have to do it. It's just what it is, what it is. Okay, let's see. My mind is still in the old days. I found a Western Digital Caviar 120 gigabytes hard drive. 120. I got it. You know, let me tell you, I got a mail recently from Micro Center telling me, if you come to the store, we're gonna give you for free 2 memory flashes. And they did. I went to the store and they gave me 2 memory flashes. I have one of them over here. Let me show you. I think somewhere over here. And good ones. I think it is 128 gigabytes. Let me see if I can find it over here. It's upstairs somewhere. They gave me 2 of them. Very fast. USB 3, 128 gigabytes, and the other one was like 64. So, yeah, nowadays you can get a flash. I knew this was gonna get good. Okay, so I had a cable that seemed to have a back connector, but maybe it was just too slow and glitch out because of that. 15 years ago, if you told someone you were going to connect a hard drive to PC Express, they would have laughed at you. Well, I've come a long way. Okay, let me get this. Let's do an unboxing of a brand new black cable. Oh no, I broke the bag. I usually try to save these. I'm still gonna save it though. Yeah, I don't like to throw away the bags, so I'm gonna save this somewhere over here. I'm gonna save it just in case. So this one is gonna go for the fast drive, which is gonna be this one. So now I'm gonna need the screws to install these. This one already has the screws. So let me see if I can get another one with the screws, so I don't have to search on the motherboard's back. search on the motherboards. Oh, this is the case bag. We have SSDs right here. Motherboard and SSDs 3.5. It seems like they are exactly the same. It seems like these screws for the motherboard are exactly the same as the ones for the SSD. So I'm glad they come labeled like this. Actually, I already opened this box for the motherboard. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's still 4 more remaining. So 4 more remaining, which I'm gonna need for this. But I already have these. So I think they cheap out. Unless they have more, because I would need another 4. So 1, 2. Yeah, I think I'm missing 4. So I think they cheap out with the... Yeah, they definitely cheap out, because if I wanted to use all 3, I couldn't. Huh. That's not good. That's not good at all. I'm gonna use this new for the drive. I'm not gonna use the ones, because these are shinier. Then I'm gonna put this in the box. Yeah, we're saving the planet here. Yeah, some of these drives can be very noisy, that's for sure. So you get your quiet PC, you lower the RPM of the fans, and then when you go to copy something or access the drive even, or maybe the Defender is running some antivirus stuff, you start hearing a bunch of noise. So yeah, not ideal, but I'm not gonna say no to another terabyte, and definitely I'm not gonna say no to 500 gigabytes at 7200 RPM. That's some fast storage stuff. So yeah. Okay, let's do the big boy first. Actually, for this one, I can use the old ugly screws. I need to, let's see. Yeah, I need to install this way. Yeah. Huh. This is a fat drive. Struggling to get in. It's a thick boy. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm missing something, because this has these 4 knobs here that are supposed to go in here. So I need to make sure they go in before I can. So I have to line them up like this to lower this thing. Yeah, I line them up. Yeah, I have to line them up because it is designed so when it goes in, it doesn't move, to reduce vibrations. And now you get the screws lined up in the back too. So I'm gonna use the old ones for this because no one's gonna see these. So I don't want to waste brand new screws. So I'm gonna use these. You have to make them tight because otherwise you might get some noise, some extra noise. Actually, I have to say the external drive that I got, the 20 terabyte drive that I got, is actually very noisy. When I put them on the table, it starts vibrating the whole table. Brrr. That's not good. This is not working. It's not long enough. These are not long enough. Huh. So I wonder. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Let me see. Yeah, this one is. Yeah, it is doing something. Yeah, it is doing something. Just have to press them. Yeah, it's doing. Oh no. Let me see. Some of them are reaching, but maybe because these are bad already. I'll try again. Maybe this one is stripped. I'm gonna use the 4 brand new ones, man, because I don't want extra noise for no reason. Seems like some of them are not reaching, or maybe they are stripped. Yeah, these seem to be longer. Let's see. Oh, they're the same size. Let's see. Yeah, this is much better. I mean, brand new screws. This is definitely reaching. These are the ones who came with the case. So it makes sense. Let's go. So you got one. Now I'm gonna connect the cables before I slide that in. Let's see how it's going. What's up, Elliot Smith? How much storage do you got? Well, I have a 20 terabytes external drive, so that is my main storage. It's somewhere over here in the floor. I got it. I think I paid like $220 for these. Let me see. I think I paid like $220 for these. 20 terabytes. One of these, I think is Seagate. See the model somewhere? It doesn't say the model anywhere. Oh yeah, Seagate expansion HDD. I'll show you this. So I got this. So that's 20 terabytes. That's most of my storage. But that's external. so it works for both PCs. And internally here, I'm gonna have a 500 gigabytes Gen 3 M.2 SSD and these two drives. That's it. So we are not doing great on the storage department for this PC. We do have a fast M.2, but it's only 500 gigabytes, and then we have these two dinosaurs. So I definitely need some good storage for this streaming PC, but I'll get that later, you know, when I have a chance. For now, it's fine. It's gonna be fine for now. So let me get these connected. This goes this way, this way. We line up there. No, it doesn't kind of go this way. It has to go this way. Huh. What do you think? It goes like this or the other way? I think it goes like this. Well, it's only one way to find out. Well, this is not working. It's not long enough. So how do I install these? Maybe there's a some separate screws for these. Let me see. Oh, these are 3.5 HDD screw for side fan bracket. These are fan or PSU shroud 12. I already have the power supply screws. Huh. Maybe let me try this. These are. Maybe I used the wrong screws on the big one, because this is the one that says 3.5 HDD. The ones that I use, they said also 3.5, but SSD. So it seems like the SSD ones are different. It says SSD or motherboard, but they are 3.5. So I guess it's the same screw, but maybe not. Maybe they are thicker, or let me compare them. Well, they don't look the same at all. I think I used the wrong screws here, because I'm gonna try these thicker, bigger ones. This is probably better. And sometimes for 4 screws, you have to take all this time, but I want to do it right. Let's see if there's any difference. Oh, big difference. This is a very different screw. Yeah, this is definitely the one that goes in here. That's for sure. So I was using the wrong screws. These are for SSDs. They are thinner. Short. The threads are different. The threads, this one's for the SSDs, have the threads closer. And for the one for HDD, they are more spaced out. So I'm gonna use this thick. Yeah, this is definitely the screw that goes in here, that's for sure. The others were gonna work, but they were feeling kind of you know, soft. Got 2 more. Now, because I got 4 more of these, this is the ones that I'm gonna use for the other drive too. We got this. Now, I'm not sure if this is gonna reach. Let me see if it reaches. Oh, I know why. Because this is supposed to go on the outside. I know. I was like, man, this is not. I was like, this is not fitting in here, of course, because this is supposed to go on the outside. Let's see if someone, if someone was telling me that. I'm not looking at the chat. Okay, let's see. So HDDs and optical drives use the same screws, I think. Yes, you are right, but for some reason it worked better. The thicker screws for this big boy, it worked better because the threads are more separated. I don't know. It was clearly, you know, going in here better. But you are right; they're supposed to be the same, but they were different. And it definitely, I could clearly see the difference. The ones I was trying, they were the same as the ones for the motherboard. New case going back. Okay, going to bed. Okay, well, man, take care, man. Have a good rest. What's up, JK? I'm building tonight too. Let's go. My first AMD rig, man. Well, happy building. Let's do it together here. Happy for you, man. What did you get? HDDs and optical drives use the same screw, I think. So I wish you a good playthrough of Rise of the Ronin now that you have a proper CPU to let the 5090 shine. Well, let me tell you, man. I am very impressed with the 9800X3D. I was not expecting it to make such a big difference because I thought in some games I thought I'm not gonna see any difference. Like literally, there's no way I can see a difference because I was already getting 144 frames in some games, actually many games. Now some of these Unreal Engine games, you try to go over 120 and it drops because of the CPU sometimes to maybe 110, 105 using the 9800X3D. But with this, using the 5800X3D, but with the 9800X3D, even at the same frame rate, it's just better. I can feel it. I can see it, and I can feel it. That's very, very, very impressive. I was not expecting that. So I was trying today the Lost Legacy, Uncharted, the Lost Legacy, big difference. I went from 90 frames, 80, 90 frames in the prologue to 130 minimum, 133 minimum. That's a massive difference. And driving the car in the forest, 200 frames per second. Actually, I realized the limit of the game is 250 frames per second. There's a cap on the engine. Maybe there's a mod to fix that. And I discovered also in Hell is Oz, the game I'm playing mainly now, Unreal Engine. It doesn't run that bad, but it's Unreal Engine. So I discovered using frame generation, of course, because without frame generation, I'm getting 130, 120 even, going down to 120 because of the CPU. And with frame generation, I could do 360 for my monitor, but no, the game is capped to 300 frames. Then I tried to mod the game to uncap, and it should be very easy to mod it because it is just a config file, and I can clearly see maximum FPS 300, and I change it. It's not working for some reason. I tried to change the file to read only. It just didn't work. So I have to ask Hybrid what's going on. Why is that not working? See if I can figure it out. See, these thicker screws are not working for this small drive. They are for HDDs. I thought they were supposed to be the same like you said, but they are not working. So I'm gonna save them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna save them here, label, so I know what they are for. I'm glad they come labeled here on this, because sometimes they throw all the screws in a box and then you have to decipher what you need. I'm gonna save them here. And the original packaging. So one day, when I upgrade from my 5400 RPM 1 terabyte drive, I know what to use. Let's see. This is gonna go. Man, I was not expecting to take half an hour to find how to screw these 4 screws on the drive. But it is what it is. Sometimes we think we can do something very fast and it doesn't work out. I mean, this is supposed to be the easiest part of the entire build. I think I'm not using the right technique. I think I learned that the other day. I'm not applying it. So you have to, before you start screwing, you have to put the screw on the screwdriver and then just go this way. That's the technique. That's the right technique. It works all the time. Just put it in the screwdriver and it goes. That's how it works well. That's it. So now, for this one, I'm gonna have to use. This is from 2012. I'm gonna have to use these. Man, that is very ugly. Very, very ugly. So yeah. Not. I mean, that's sacrilegious. I got this cable, I don't remember where, but yeah, I shouldn't be using it. Oh, whatever. Okay, so we have these. So I think the closest one is gonna be this one right here. So I'm gonna use this power connector. One goes to the controller for the fans here. This is for the fans. Now I could use, because this is significantly lower, I think I could use this way. This for the drive and this for the controller. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it, be this one. For the controller, so I have better cable management. That's power for the controller. Now power for the drive. And I'm gonna change this to this place. I'm gonna change it to this place. It's easy. Just like that. Let's go right here. Huh, I don't see. Oh, I'm not doing it in the right place. It's right here. I don't see from here. Let me look at it. This is very easy, man. Just to. There you go. It just has two knobs. You just put it on it and screw that. So let's see, we have these flopping around. It's not good. I think I'm gonna use this one instead then. Okay, that's gonna be good. It's gonna be good for cable management. Now, I'm gonna connect this one. So now let me decide which one of these is gonna reach better to the drive. I'm gonna use the flat one. Flat one right here. That didn't sound. That's fine. It's gonna work. Now let's see which one would be better. I think this is the one that's gonna reach here. Is that? If I go from below, no, it's the other way, from here. There you go. See if it reaches well. That might not be the best idea. Let me put it first and then I'll figure out how to. So I'm not sure if that reaches. Well, it has to. That's the longest one. Let me remove this first. Struggling with the easy part, man. This is supposed to be the easiest part of this whole thing. Okay, let's see now. This is not reaching as well as I thought. It is almost reaching. I don't want to have to use another cable. Well, I do have another one over here. But I don't want to have to use it if I don't need to. So if this reaches here, even if it's just barely, I'm gonna use it. Yeah, that reaches perfectly, so that reaches perfectly. It's straight. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna use another one, so I might remove this if I don't need it. I don't think I need this extra. I don't think this extra. I'm gonna remove this. The least cables, the better. So I'm gonna remove these unused cable. The aquarium. I'm gonna show you how many fishes I have actually. Before the end of the string, I'm gonna show you. I have like 300 fishes right now. I have a bunch of aquariums. I'm gonna show you. What are you gonna name your new PC? Mine is called the Deprecation 5000. Man, that's definitely a fitting name. You got your PCIe 3050, RTX 3050, no fan. Deprecation, the Deprecation 5000 PC. I don't know, man. Mine, I have to think about it. It's a $10,000 command center, that's for sure. So we have two $10,000 command center. Now where's this? Wait, let me see where's it. I'm gonna have to remove. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove the other one and then to have access to it. This is the one I am using. Oof, that was not easy. You got this out. Peripherals. So I'm gonna keep it close here. Peripherals. So I'm gonna connect it very close to this side of the case so I can unplug it if I need it later. Okay, let me see. I'm out. I'm gonna read some of the comments. See what we got. So you got 30 terabytes. Man, 20. I'm feeling right now 20 terabytes is pretty good. I have 10 already. I'm using 10 terabytes already on that drive, and I'm feeling good about it. So 20 is pretty good. I used to lay my HDDs on sponges. I couldn't stand when the case started to resonate with that hum. Well, it was not bothering me before, but I do have to say this big case has, behind the screws that go to the drive, it has a rubber material to absorb the vibrations. So it was quiet actually. So I'm not sure if maybe it's gonna be more audible on this one. So those are the small features that you get, you know, with the higher end cases. Might make a difference or it might not. But yeah, you don't want to have to to use a sponge. You might paint it in black to go with the build. But yeah, it's better. I mean, the thing is functionality over aesthetics, that's for sure. If you get rid of the noise, doesn't matter how it looks. I just looked, I couldn't remember. I bought a new case on Black Friday. Haven't opened the PC then. Yeah, I think it's that's why I like to take time to do this right, because you know, you do it right and you don't have to touch it in a long time. It's going to be bed. Okay, 5 a.m. there. Take care, man. Oh yeah, I read these comments already. Let me see what I missed. HDDs and optical drives, the same screws. I think I read this already. So we'll call it a Deep Breath 5000. That would be something. It has to be something command center related. The aquarium, the fish tank, the fish command center tank, the Ben of stutters. Let's see, man. I'll think about it. For now, check out the video I'm uploading right after this live stream. The video should be already uploaded. Check it out. You might get some ideas to give me for the name of the new PC. I had a lot of fun today with that. So you'll see. Let me. Okay, so we got all the power for the drives, the power for the fans. What else do we need? We cannot use the USB-C. The super. Oh, we need. Okay, I need to connect these for the drive. Now, let me tell you, this case manufacturers, they definitely, you know, calculate this stuff, because do you think it is a coincidence that this cable is reaching perfectly? Like, it just doesn't, if I move this out, it doesn't, I cannot connect it. So I don't think it's a coincidence that this power cable is reaching from this drive to this one. I think that's calculated. They calculated it. They took it into consideration. I think they did a good job. Definitely they calculated how to fit the big Noctua air cooler, because it fits by 1 millimeter or less. It's right there. So we got these. Now I need to get these through probably. Let me see where the drives are. Right here. So I need to get these through here. Now I'm gonna have these go underneath all the cables. And before the end of the stream, I'm gonna show you the PC. I showed in the video already, but just in case, I'll show you. Show you the cable management, which I improve. The cable management of the other PC. Gonna get this here, and now this blue cable, I want this to go hidden. So for that, I think my best bet is to hide this through here. Hide it. It wouldn't be a terrible idea to paint it black, but probably the paint is gonna cost me more than a new black cable. That's the problem. Next level ugly. That's like, you know, all the effort just completely ruined with that blue cable right there. It stands out like right now. That blue cable is like the main feature. It is so noticeable. But well, I've never been the one to care about aesthetics, but this one is next level ugly, man. Now I think I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm gonna flip, because I need the blue cable to go underneath the black cable, so I cannot use the flat part on the drive. I need to use the flat part on the motherboard, so I can hide the blue cable underneath that. So I'm gonna flip this, and I use this one here, and I have to bend it, which I didn't want to. It's the only way. Don't like how this has to go super bent. I don't like to do this, to bend this SATA cable, but I have no choice because I need this to be flat on the motherboard to hide the blue cable. That works. That works. I'm gonna go. Let's see how this goes. We got the blue cable connected. Now we got with the black one. The black one is not going in. Oh. See, I don't like this port on the motherboard. It's moving. That's not a good sign. It's fragile. Maybe this black new cable is too new. It's a little bit. thick. And I think I'm gonna use, the thing is I don't remember the speed of these. Yeah, I'm gonna have them go. I'm gonna have them go low because this is so. This blue thing. The thing is, even if I bend it, it is going close to where the fan is, so it looks blue close to the fan. It's on the line of sight. It's very, very ugly. I should paint them black, especially when you have a widow case. But the thing is, the paint is gonna cost me more than a new cable. Yeah, I should paint them. MSI was never a huge case manufacturer, I think, but maybe they are today. I don't know how big they are, and I don't have frame of reference. But let me tell you, this case for $80 right now, discounted, you get 4 fans with a controller. That alone, I think, is almost $80. Because let's say each of these fans is, I don't know, $12. I think these have RGB. So these are RGB fans, and they also have the rubber material for noise right here, and they look good. So let's say these fans are $12, $15. And the controller, how much is that? Another $10? So, I mean, the whole thing, the 4 fans with the controller, that's probably $40 minimum. Then you get the rest of the case for $40. I think that's a steal. Maybe there's a better deal out there, but yeah, I think, and the case is good. Like, the build quality is good. It's not super thick, heavy stuff. That's why it is lighter. Like, if I try to bend this panel like this, I can. You know, it wiggles a little bit. It's not like the strongest thing ever, but it's not too bad. And it's lighter. So, I think they're doing a good job. Definitely better than my $30 Chinese case. I would never buy something like that again, man. That was me cheaping out to the highest extent, and I deeply regret it. Because that PC, I mean, I show you on one of the streams, I opened the back of the PC, which I forgot to clean, and it was next level dirty because the PC was open all the time. I'm gonna have to go through this way. And here, I'm gonna go through behind all the cables. This way. I'm gonna tell you this, I definitely love this huge case. I think it's amazing. But it doesn't come with fans. There is a version of this case that looks very similar. And it comes with 4 fans, but it is not as big. It is the Pano 100R. So the R, MSI uses the R for regular, and that's a size like this. So it's like a smaller version, but it comes with 4 fans. So that makes more sense, but it's smaller. So I don't know if it's gonna have exactly the same, you know, features and the same, you know, I don't know. But I really like this one. Now let's see, we got I'm not sure about the speed, but I'm not sure about the speed on these ports that I'm gonna be using. Maybe one of them is gonna be 3. But I don't think so. It should be 6. All of them should be 6. Do you think this X570 motherboard has some 3 gigabytes ports that would bottleneck my 720, like 7200 RPM mechanical drive? So I'm gonna I honestly thought this part, installing the drives, was gonna be a piece of cake. Very, very fast, but I don't know why it's taking me so long, honestly. It should be very easy. So I'm gonna have these. I love how companies are offering cases without fans. It forced me to go out and buy some really good ones. I think I'm gonna tell you, once I turn on this PC, I'm gonna tell you if I can notice a difference on how quiet or how fast, or the airflow, whatever, between these stock fans on the case and the high-end fans that I got for this case. I'll tell you if I see any difference, because if I don't see any difference, I think it's crazy to get a case without fans and spend double if you can get the fans already installed, and then you save a lot of money. Because the really good fans, like how much did you pay for all the fans? Especially if you max out your case, how much did you have to pay? Probably more than the entire case, right? So it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Oh, so we got these. So we got both drives installed, ready to go. Got this one. So we are all set with the connections to the motherboard. We are only missing, once we have the GPU, to connect the PCIe express cables, and of course once we have the CPU cooler, to connect the fans for the CPU. So I think I'm not gonna do more cable management on the back. Let me see, should I do something about it? It's not that bad. I mean, I have almost no cables in the back, actually. I don't think it's that hard. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that hard. Oh, by the way, did you notice the antenna, the Wi-Fi antenna? It's like magnetic. It goes on top of the case, and it looks like a shark, like a fin of a shark. I think it's kind of ridiculous, honestly, but it works. So I'm not gonna not use it, but I could put it on the table, but I think it's fine. I think it's gonna grow on me. There's gonna be a point where I'm gonna be like, wow, look at that. It's like a car. It's like a car spoiler. I think it's gonna grow on me. Okay, I think I'm gonna do some cable management here. Just a little bit. I mean, it's already set. I just have to put the cables together. It's all set. Just have to do some of these. Put them together. There's a place here for a zip tie, so that would work. Yeah, the zip tie here would work perfect for these, but I could use this one too. I think I'm gonna use this one for these. That's gonna work great. See if I can release them more. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. So we got these here. See what else we can. I could try to hide them underneath instead. Like doing this. Oh, the thing is, these are for the GPU. I don't know how long I'm gonna need them, but not too much. I have to gauge. Probably just like here. Let me do this. I have to go to the front and then get all these cables that are sticking out, get them to the back of the case to fix the cable management. So this is a very long USB cable for the front of the case. So in the front of the case we have two regular USBs, a USB-C, headphone jacket, reset and power. Got these. I'm gonna go get this 24 pin. The 24 pin is so big. It's definitely on the way. I'm gonna have to bend. This 24 pin is definitely not looking good because I have to bend it in an ugly way. I think it might be even, no, but the thing is the 24 pin is not gonna even go through that hole. I got it. I just had to bend the cable and make that bend beautiful. That's good. That's good. That's good. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get to the back of the case all the extra long cables that I have here in the front. I have a lot of extra cable here. So I'm throwing it to the back to fix the mess. This one. Oh, that's actually good. Good. So I fixed these. Now I'm gonna do these. Now these addressable RGB, I'm gonna go through the side, not. I'm gonna go through the side here, on top of these 24 pin. I don't think I've seen many YouTubers, many of these tech, experts doing live PC building. Usually you see an edited video that makes them look like gods building PCs super fast. I'm sure they can do it faster than me, that's for sure. Especially when I'm not even trying to do it fast, I'm just taking my time with the detail. But it's not as easy as it looks. Or maybe it's not a difficulty thing, it's like, it's not as fast, definitely. I'm sure they can build a PC like in 20-30 minutes. I'm sure it is possible. And do it very well, do it professionally. But not like, 10 minutes absolutely, blazing fast. Unless, they are getting ready for a competition. That's what they're trying to do. So this might be the only real-time, non-expert live stream PC building command center $10,000 PC entertainment on the entire platform. I think that's what we're doing here. We're breaking records. 12-hour long. I think we did 16 hours the other day. Yeah, I think the PC is just a beast. I think it's gonna look amazing on this case. I love that this case has all the tempered glass. It's a show-off case, but ironically, I did a stealth build, all black, no RGB, just pure industrial power. Let's go. Pure industrial power. That's the deprecation. Yeah, you don't want to show the deprecation. You don't want to make it stand out. You want to be stealth. Be like, okay, I bought a 5090, but I kind of need a 3050 to complete the build. Oh man. My main issue with RGB is 1, the extra cables, and 2, there's no good software to control everything unless you only buy one brand. I tried Signal RGB and Open RGB, but all their shortcomings.
and Asus Armory Create is basically just a virus on your PC. Well, let me tell you, I actually had a today I disassembled I took some time and disassembled these 3 fans here because I thought that I was having an issue with the fans and the RGB, but I was like, this doesn't make any sense because the fans are spinning and these fans have the RGB, the addressable RGB and the PWM through the same cable, so it doesn't make any sense if the fan is spinning that the RGB is not working. And it was the software I had to select. So the controller has 4 ports. You have to select for each port how many fans do you have. So I had to increase and say this port has 6 fans to get the lighting for all 6 fans. So yeah, it was software, but I spent some solid time trying to figure out what was going on. But the software is not bad. It was just me not finding what was going on. I think I'm gonna, for now, I need to know where the GPU, how long the cables are gonna be on the GPU to figure out this mess. So for now, I'm gonna throw them down here and I'll figure out later the cable management. Figure out the beauty part later. We got these. We got these. We can easily hide all of these tight. Now I wish I could. Maybe I can remove the USB-C from the front panel, but yeah, I don't know how to access them, and it's okay because this USB-C is very long, very noticeable cable, and I'm not even using it to have it here. Just trying to cable manage a cable that I'm not using, I don't think makes any sense, but I'm not sure if I can remove it though. I'm just gonna throw this like that, and then I will dedicate time tomorrow for the detailed cable management. I want to make sure everything works too before I go crazy with the cable management. So I think it's a good idea anyway. Just get the PC working, then why is this not moving? There you go. So we got this. It's not too bad. I'm just gonna hide these.
all of these. I'm gonna use this one. Now I like how I did the cable management on the other case without using any of this on the main pillar, which is what you're supposed to use. I did it all in the center, but somehow it looked great. I love the cable management I did on that case. I think I'm gonna be able to do a much better job on this one because it's easier. I think I have less cables. Actually, I'm gonna tighten these right here too. I think the cable management, if you're not an expert and you know exactly, you know, where to, I think the experts are using extension cables just to have the cables go through, you know, where they want them to go. But if you're not an expert, I think the best way to figure this out is just to start doing it, and then, you know, eventually you get it better and better. Like, for example, oh, this cable I forgot. Okay, just get it in. And then you keep doing it until you have all the cables together, tight, looking good. So you go start tightening up cables. Maybe this one, see, this one is standing out like that. Maybe I should put it through behind everything so you cannot see it, and like so. Eventually it's gonna look good. Super fast USB-C that I cannot use on this motherboard. And this is kind of a big deal, let me tell you. For example, the motherboard that I got, the B850 Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi, that motherboard has USB-C 10G to the back of the motherboard, but it does have an input for this USB-C 20G. So if the case has the front panel with a USB-C 20G, you can have a faster speed thanks to the case than to the motherboard. And that's definitely what's happening with both of these cases. So it is a big deal, this long cable here, that's definitely gonna give you faster speed. Unless you have one of these motherboards that have 20 or even 40G USB-C. I don't use USB-C at all. I don't know why would I need that. Maybe a very fast external drive. I don't know, an Apple display. A professional Apple display or something. At some point, I think I'm gonna find the usefulness, and then I'm gonna be glad to have it. But there has to be like an external. See, I need to get these. Need to grab all these cables from behind. There you go. So now we have all these cables getting tighter, looking better. I'm gonna hold them, accommodate them, make them tighter. Going down. Need to get, I forgot this one. Forgot to include this one. I think it is included here. Not here though. Need to include it here. Oh! I unplugged the drive. I wanna make it look good. I think it's a good time to start making it tighter. So once I see this looking good, I just go and make it super tight. And try to get the logo on the front, of course. Now I do have to say, I wish this were black like the other case. This looks gray. It doesn't fit the aesthetic of the case. I wonder if they are cheaper and they cheap out with that. Oh, I think I clicked somewhere. Okay, let me see if I'm missing some comments. Let's see what we got here. Oh, so you got Pantex, Ertho, Luke, Gigabyte Z 790, 14700K, RTX 4070, WD, SN, so Western Digital, SN A50X. Let's go, man. Let's go. We have some people building PCs. So if you're building a PC along with me, let me know if you finish way earlier. You take a nap, then you come back and I'm still here. You wonder why. And try to move this. Not finding it as easy to move it. Thing is, I want the logo to be visible, and it's hard to. Let me see if I can grab it from this side. There you go. There you go. We got that looking good. I like it. I like where this is going. I think this one's gonna look more pro, closer to pro than the other one. The other one looks like a piece of art from a 5-year-old kid that's learning how to paint. Or like a horse, one of these horses that they do paintings and sell for millions of dollars. That's how the previous build looks. Something with talent, but from an inferior brain. I think it's looking great, actually. This one is gonna look more professional, I think. Just wanna turn it around so you can see the MSI logo. Of course. That's what makes sense. Now this one does this. This looks very ugly here. So I'll try to hide it. I'll try to hide all the ugly part here in the basement. That's not too bad. We did it. We still have the blue cable problem, but that's not something I can fix for now. Actually, let me see. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can actually remove this USB-C. I'll leave it there, man. It's already. I can. It can be removed definitely. I'll leave it there just in case. I don't want to lose it, and then in the future I don't know where it is, and I need it. That's okay. Because this case is gonna be forever. It's probably. I'm probably never going to need another case ever. So we're trying to. I think that's good for now. I'll get more into detail and fix everything down here so it's not a mess like this. But this cannot be seen anyway, so it's not a big deal. But I know it's there, so it's gonna bother me. So I'm gonna fix it at some point. But look at that. It's looking pretty good. Just a little bit of the, just ignore that part. This part looks pro, actually. I like it. What do you think? I'm liking it. Looks like $1 million. Yeah, I think definitely this looks cleaner. Now, to be fair, the other one had more stuff, I think. Why was the other one so much more busy? Well, the cables of this power supply are rounded. Rather than each individual cable being separated. So for example, look at the size of this 24-pin power connector for the motherboard. It's significantly smaller. The other one was like a big chunk this size. And so when you start doing big chunks everywhere, I think it's actually, but it does, I think it does look cleaner than the other one, to be honest. But I have to fix the basement. This part, so I'll work on that part, but just looking at it at first glance, not too shabby. I'm liking it. So, I don't want to forget the Elgato capture card. Now, where do I have the Elgato? Because I'm going to need the Elgato capture card for this PC. Where do I have that? Let me see if I remember. Probably in its original box upstairs. Let me see if I miss any comments. I'm gonna go for the Elgato card because the Elgato card has another. Well, actually, the Elgato card doesn't have any cable. What does have a cable is these, which I have right here. Actually, let me plug that in already, so I can do a little bit of cable management. You remember this thing? It's a Bluetooth card that I have because this motherboard has Wi-Fi, but it doesn't have Bluetooth. Plus, this Bluetooth is faster. By the way, the limitation of my internet is the Wi-Fi is 500 instead of 1 gig. So I think I need to get a router to get 1 gig on the PC. And I will. Actually, MSI has routers for gaming. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to search, or maybe let me know if you have done that. I have Google Fiber 1 gig, and over Wi-Fi is 500 megabits per second. So have you upgraded the router to get 1 gig and it, over Wi-Fi, or that doesn't work? I guess it would work. So MSI, I think they do have that, so that might be something else to ask for later. I don't want to abuse of their kindness and their generosity, but maybe 6 months from now, that would be a good thing to try. For gaming, it could definitely make a difference. And I would get the full speed for the live streams and all of that. So yeah, let's see. Let me try to insert these. This is great. I think it looks great so far. It looks so good that I'm like, am I missing a cable or something? Like, how is that so much less busy than this one? I don't know. I'm gonna even have more stuff in here because I'm gonna have the GPU, the Elgato right here, and the Wi-Fi antenna right here. So this will go on the last one. Let me remove that screw. I'm gonna give you a closer look. So I have to remove this last bracket here. So this case has a different system for these brackets, which is similar to the Chinese case I had. But of course, this one's gonna be better built. Let me. So it has this. I'll show you when I reverse. So it has like this thing, this door right here. So it has 2 screws and this door right here, which you can remove the whole thing or you can just lift it like that to insert the new card. So I'm gonna have to remove this one. Very nice. See, the Chinese case that I had, once you remove this, it's like you actually had to break it. So when you remove it, you have to like quick to break the whole thing, and then it's like, okay, you can just throw it away because you cannot just put it back. But of course, that's why that case was $30. I got it on eBay. You know who recommended that case? Timmy Joe. I used to watch Timmy Joe. I like that YouTuber. Timmy Joe. He's funny. I think he's still making videos. He stopped for a while for some health issues. Oh wow, man! What is? Let me ask you. Do you think I'm not sure if you saw that. This thing. It's just throwing a white stuff. So if you do this, you're gonna get this white. I don't know if it's nitrogen or whatever. Is this a bad thing for the? I mean, I just spray this white thing on the PCIe connector. So I wonder if I just messed it up big time or if that's okay. I'll try this way. I hope. Oh, look at me! I was. Oh no, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. I hope they know people use this for PCs, so they make sure that's not a problem. Otherwise, I just brick the motherboard, or at least this port. Here we go. So we're gonna try this Bluetooth. I bought this like 4 years ago. Like 4 years ago. It works fine. This motherboard has Wi-Fi but doesn't have Bluetooth. So now this needs to be connected. This is USB. So it's gonna be connected to one of these two. Down here to the center, bottom center of the case. Now if I just connect it like this, I have this cable just flopping around the middle of the motherboard. So I'm gonna sneak these down here. I'm gonna try to use this hole that is so tight that you cannot fit any connector through it. I think not even the cable fits in here. I think that was the biggest. So my biggest criticism for this case definitely is the oversight. I think this was a design oversight. If you have the power supply here, you're blocking this hole. So you cannot pass any cables through here. That's not right. That's an oversight. That's definitely my only complaint so far with this case. They messed it up big time because now how do I hide this cable? I have to go all the way here, which is not that bad because this I can use this USB, but it would be better if I can just get it through this and I cannot think it's not. Yeah, it doesn't fit. That's fine. We're gonna go through here. Not a big deal. So I'm gonna go through here and we're gonna use this one. It only goes one way. So it goes this way. So you look at the pin that is sealed. It doesn't have a hole, and that's the reference. That's it. So now we have these two cables. Let me try to make this look better. That's it. Okay, so now let's see if that looks too bad on the back or if it's okay. Let me get the screw here before I forget. See, I like that system. I think it's actually pretty good. It makes it more robust. And I think it is very important for this, for these things to be robust, because the GPU weight goes on here. So if this is very flimsy, the GPU is going to sag. On my Chinese case, one of the reasons why I had to rest the case horizontally was because the GPU sag badly, because this was very flimsy. If you have this stronger, then it's going to keep the GPU straight better. So I think that's why they do it. This extra thing, what it does is that it adds stiffness to that part. Oops. I think I have to. This is kind of bent. Let me make sure this is right. Let me see a little bit of dust. So now, I was just making sure that this was straight. All right, so now let me save this. Very important. This is very nicely painted. It's looking shiny. It's looking strong, so I want to save it. PC is bricked. Do you think that could be really a problem? That white stuff? I hope not. Now let me find the Elgato capture card. I don't think there's any cable management for the Elgato, but just in case, so I don't have to fix anything. You see that cable in the back? Not a problem. Not a problem. So now let me go for the Elgato. It should be on its original box, its original packaging. So I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. I'll be right back. Well, I didn't find the Elgato, But I got this black. I got this black SATA cable, so we're gonna fix that at least. It was in one of the motherboards boxes. Now, where do I have that Elgato, man? It should be in a very well protected place. So well protected that I don't remember. When I removed the Elgato was when I installed the 5090. Because the 5090 was so big that the Elgato didn't fit. So where? Maybe on the 3080 box? Where is the Elgato, man? Here's a 3080. 3080 is about to be awoken, let me tell you. This GPU, man, can you believe that? We have this amazing GPU ready to go. It has been dormant right here, collecting some dust. We're going to awaken the beast once again, and we're gonna be pushing some frames with this 3080. Now let me see if it's in here. Let me dust this off because it is really in a bad condition. I wonder, where is Elgato? Where is the Elgato, man? It has to be in a very, very good place. Just vacuuming. Vacuuming the 3080 box. Now let me see if it is maybe on the, let's see, the 3080. Let's check it out. It's still the best. First GPU. Oh man, first GPU at 3080. Oh. Man, you started in a very good place. I started with a no GPU. Then I got a 1050 Ti and tried to open Red Dead Redemption. 20 FPS. I was getting on Red Dead Redemption. Actually, I beat GTA 5 at 18 FPS. I was getting 18 to 22 FPS. But with Red Dead, I couldn't do it. See, where do we have this? This is closed here. Oh, this is the part that's open. Gonna get the 3080. Take a look. Your old PC have most same specs as my PC. No bad. Oh, bad. This is amazing. This is an amazing PC. It's an absolutely amazing. Look at that. In search of the incredible. That's what I'm doing too. I'm in search for the incredible. Look at that. Asus. No, that's just the GPU. The GPU is just a beast. That's just the GPU. Nothing else. I'll get it out of the box once it's ready to go. I don't want to get it dusty for now. So there's nothing there. Where is it? I'm gonna check the... Not on the power supply box. Let me check on the cooler box, maybe. Because the Elgato is a smaller box. Maybe I put it in a inside one of these bigger boxes. No, it's not here. Well, I wonder, where is it? Well, we'll keep going. Maybe I will. You know, sometimes when we cannot find the answer we're looking for, we just contemplate the idea, and eventually the subconscious finds the answer for us, and I will be like, oh, I know. And that was my subconscious telling me. Okay. So let's see what else I can do. This is ready to go. I think we are ready for the CPU thermal paste. Oh wait, before let me get this ugly blue cable out of the case. Would that be too hard to fix? Yeah, I'm gonna get it out regardless. I mean, it doesn't matter if it takes me more work, because that blue cable is just so extremely ugly, man. I want to get that out of my case. Well, actually, I have two cables, not one. I have two. Look at that. This is great. I didn't know I had these cables. I was using those two blue ugly cables for no reason. Okay, let me fix this. I remove this blue cable. Yeah, look at that blue cable, just ruining everything. No. We're getting it out of it. It's going out of here. Let's see. Trash. Nah, I'm not gonna throw it away. You know how I am. Maybe one day I'm gonna have to need again the blue cable. Now, no, actually, I'm gonna fix this too. Because now I don't need to hide the blue cable. So I'm gonna use these this cable that is not straight. I'm gonna use it better this way. So after this, I'm going to install the CPU cooler. Right after that, the GPU. And then after that, If I find the Elgato, I will go with the Elgato. If not, then I'm just gonna, you know, put the panels back and then try to find the Elgato tomorrow. One day I'll find it. It has to be somewhere in here. So let me see if I remember when I installed the 5090. Maybe I'm gonna have to go back and watch that stream to see where I put the Elgato card. I'm sure the information is on that stream. I'm sure if I watch that stream, I'm going to remember where is the Elgato. Let me. I'm not gonna work on the cable management of this, so just gonna throw it in there and then I'll work later tomorrow on cable management. Get this. There you go. I only see one. Where's the other cable? Oh, here it is. I don't know why I'm struggling with this. Should be very easy. What am I doing wrong? There you go. Got it. Oh, this is flat both sides. The other one was flat. So there was one curve and flat, and then the other one was flat. Both sides. So now I'm just gonna hide these somewhere here in the basement, and then I'll fix it tomorrow. Let me get that CPU cooler installed. That's the hardest thing on the entire build. Well, actually, I just have to do the thermal paste because this plate, the plate is already installed, so that should be pretty easy to. That should be very easy. I did the hard part already. So I'm just gonna make sure there's no dust over the CPU. And we're gonna do the thermal paste. Don't worry, Red Dead Redemption 2 is still 30 FPS on console, so you are not far off. I'm okay with 1440p, so it runs all games on high settings, 120 FPS plus. That's what we would need. That's what we need. 120 FPS plus. We did extensive cable management before installing the CPU. That was not the plan. But yeah, it's like I try to do things shorter, faster, but it doesn't work. There's really zero performance loss using the AV1 codec on the 5090 with OBS to stream, especially with 9800X 3D. Really? But really, like I can stream a game and not lose any performance with the 5090 at all. I didn't know that. Two bestie boys, one more bestie than the other. I'm the same. The more years that passes, the more stuff to keep track of. I think I need to start air tagging stuff. Really, like with the 5090, but why? I wonder why all the YouTubers use a second PC to do the benchmarks. I could understand if the performance loss is irrelevant, but there has to be some performance loss. Otherwise, I would just be wasting power. Ariel, saw your 5090 stream. Your Elgato was there, and you remove it and it disappeared cause 5090 is too big. Yes, but what did I say? Oh, thank you for checking that. What did I say? Where did I put the Elgato? That's what I want to know. Did I say or something that I'm sure if I watch the stream, I'm gonna remember, because based on the position, maybe. I wonder in which box I saved the Elgato. Let me dust off the CPU. Well, actually, let me tell you, no. I have already a stream with a 5090, and I lose a lot of performance. A lot. Like 20 frames. 15, 20 frames. So I have tested that already. So maybe you're talking about a specific setting in OBS to improve performance that maybe I'm not using, but I have definitely tried that already. So a 5090 was Black hole. So what codes I'm using? I don't know. Codec. I have to check. I have to check the OBS settings. But let me see if I can check it. Thing is, I don't want to mess up the stream. If I start checking settings in OBS, I might make a mistake. Let me see settings. AV1. Okay. Let me see. Video encoder. Oh, I am not using that. I was using MVENC, but there's one that is called MVENC AV1. So the one that I'm using is MVENC HEVC. Oh. Yeah, I cannot change it now, but I will change that definitely. So I'm gonna change that definitely and give it a try. Well, thanks for telling me that. So you're saying if I use that, there's no performance, like not a single frame loss because of the stream? I'll be crazy. Let me clean this up a little bit before I install the thermal paste. All right. Now let's get this clean. Let's install the thermal paste. Clean the CPU. Okay, so maybe 1, 2 or 3 frames. Wow. I mean, if that's the case, what are we doing here? Why do I need 2 PCs then? That would be incredible. Wow, for 2 frames we're doing this? We're building a second PC for 2 frames? If that's the case, I might just put this PC upstairs so I can play on my S90C upstairs. Have the second PC on my room. That'll be incredible. Let's see, where's that? Thermal paste. The moment of truth. Thermal paste application. We're gonna go crazy with it. We're gonna go in detail. Gonna apply the thermal paste. Going with a cross method. Oops. Let's make sure we get an even spread. You closer to the action right here. This thermal paste is very thick. Very hard to spread, actually. Very hard to get an even spread. I remember the thermal grizzly thermal paste that I got. It was significantly more liquefied, easier to spread. But this is thick. I need more. Building my third PC tonight. Careful. I warmed up my MX6 in the oven. Let's go. It's like cement. So you put it in the oven to make it easier to spread. That's not a bad idea. It is designed to get hot anyway. When it is hotter, it's gonna spread easier, that's for sure. That is not a bad idea, but the thing is, I'm concerned with the heat that the metal on the this thing, I mean the plastic, this is plastic. So if the plastic melts and contaminates the thermal paste, well, maybe you're talking about just heating it up a little bit, not like plastic melting temperature. Trying to get an even spread. It's like this is like watching someone preparing a sandwich, and you're very hungry, and you're like, yeah, make an even spread. That's pretty good. I'm just missing a little bit in some areas. Just a little bit more. Here. Here. Just want to make it perfect. I think that might be enough. Let's see. I know it doesn't need to be this perfect. It doesn't matter that much. I've seen some people just do a cross and boom, whatever. But I have all the time. I am on vacations right now. I don't need to work anymore until next month. So I have all the time in the world to get a perfect spread of my thermal paste. So I'm gonna take my time. Get a perfect spread. We're still missing a little bit in some areas. Yeah, I didn't know that, George. Someone is telling me that we are here for 2 frames. Someone is saying that all I'm doing right now, all the effort on the cable management, the even spread of the thermal paste on my CPU, that's for 2 frames. Literally changing a setting in OBS, and I'm wasting my time right now. So you're telling me that the 16 hours long live stream and this one, I was just for 2 frames. So what do I earn with this? 2 FPS. That's it. Well, I'm okay with it then. Uh-oh, I think I'm running out of thermal paste. Good thing this is almost over. Got it almost perfect. Oh, look at that, man. It's gonna be perfect. Absolutely perfect. Not a single micrometer here. At this point, we we're just giving the 5800X3D a massage right now. At this point, this is no longer a thermal paste application. This is an ASMR massage to the CPU. But I think this CPU deserves it, man. It has served me very well. I have played many hours of gaming with this CPU. And I have to say, it's just a beast. So we had a lot of fun together. We just got a new girlfriend. That's it. That's all. Nothing wrong about it. We're just gonna have fun now with a different girlfriend. I'll keep you close just in case. Just in case I need you. You're gonna be ready to go. I think Da Vinci would be proud of me too. At this point, this is Renaissance level of detail on the thermal paste application. We're achieving a perfect even spread of the thermal paste. I know with the resolution of the stream and with the clipping, it looks perfect. But let me tell you, I'm looking at it at 16K in front of me. There's still a lot to go. Let me see if I can zoom in. Look, I can zoom in. Let me show you a better, angle here. Look at that. It's pure art. It's pure art. Look at that. It's just perfect. When have you seen a more perfect that we're still missing some? This has to be the most in-depth thermal paste application in the history of YouTube. It reminds me when I was a kid and I liked to paint. I was not very good, but I had a lot of patience. And I used to spend like the whole day to paint something. and the result was great. It was like that, very carefully. I think that's good. I think that's perfect. Now, let's go for, I'm gonna go for the the most OCD. Oh man. I'm gonna go for the cooler now. Let's go. Now, what I need here is, this is very easy really, just slap it down. I can't decide which way though. Should I do it this way? Let's see which way I was using before. I was probably using this way because this is dirty this way, so I'm gonna change it actually. I'm gonna change it. There we go. Now I'm gonna count the amount of times I. Oh wait, let me give you a better. I'm gonna count the amount of times I'm. No, I'm just gonna go by feel. I'm gonna calculate the torque just by feel. So I'm feeling the torque. To make sure I can feel the rustiness of the screw going down. It's not perfectly smooth. Let me look at them. This one is down. This one is down. I think more over this side. Should you go to the end? Should you go all the way until you can no longer? Yeah. I think that's not gonna go more anymore. Yeah, it doesn't go. Yeah, I'm not like, you know, maxing it out, but I think it's not gonna go. Yeah, that's it. I got to the point where it doesn't go down anymore. It looks even. I think that's perfect. Now, what if I was thinking it doesn't matter if I go one way or the other. Let's see. I hope so. I don't want to have to remove it because I run out of thermal paste. Get some. giving you the final cleaning. So now I wonder if flipping it the other way is a problem. I hope it is not. I hope it doesn't matter, like it works either way, but this mechanism to hold the... Okay, well, we're gonna find out. This is how it goes. One goes here, the other one goes here. No, it's gonna work, no problem. Whew. Now, I'm going to set this one first, as low as possible, because we are very close to not being able to fit the case. It fits, but fits perfectly. Let me see if it is. No, it's like higher one way. So I have to. I don't know why it's always like higher one way. Not sure if there's something. The cable maybe? I think it's the cable. Let's see if the cable is on. No, it's not the cable. Should be able to lower it a little bit. Good thing I have plenty of space here to maneuver. Let's see. I think it's perfect now. Let's go with the other one. The other one I want it to be the same height. So same height. Be like this. I wonder if I can count, like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, on the 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I need to go 2 up. 2 up. Right here. Right here. Let's see. I think I got it right. I think I got it. You put this one and check it out. Looking for the same height. No, it's definitely shorter. Need one more. I think I got it. Let's see. No. Still too low. D15 comes to a dead stop, can't overtorque it. Oh, okay. So there's no way to mess it up. Hopefully it still fits with thermal. Man, it was tight, but we're talking about, you know, a nano. I mean, we are in CPU territory, nanometer. I can't believe this is not gonna fit. That would be such an epic fail. I think this time, no. Oh, I know what to look for. It's a little bit higher. It needs to be a little bit higher. One more higher. So counting was completely useless. Just have to gauge that. I think I got it. Just have to raise these. This one needs to be raised one more. Let's see now. This one needs to be raised one more. I think I got it. Let's see. That's too bright for the camera though. It's kind of clipping. I got it perfect. Woo. We need that level of precision right now. This is not me just being exaggerating, you know? We need precision, millimetric precision, because this thing fits. Like, there's no proof on the internet right now that this case fits one of these. No proof. I searched it. There's not a single picture or video showing this, showing that this is possible. So I think this case, the MAG 110R PZ, being able to fit this monster Noctua NHD 15 air cooler, it just takes this case to the next level. It's just amazing. Just because of that. You can get 360 AIO, you can get this huge air cooler. Let's see. Let's try to close the case now. Maybe the thermal paste application was too much of a race. Let's go. Where is the door? Where is the door? It's right here. The moment of truth. Here's the moment of truth. Everything comes down to this moment. If it doesn't fit, we have to change the PCs again. Now let's see where this is going. This goes this way. I'm gonna show you. It looks dirty because I haven't removed the protective layer. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. It's this way, or no, it's this way. It's this way. Huh. Wait, let me get this further away. Huh. Am I doing this wrong? Yes, completely wrong. Is this the... I'm confused. Oh, because this goes from here. Oh, the thing is... Oh, it goes in here. The thing is... Because I don't have the other panel, it's kind of confusing, but yeah, it's like this. Here's the... Yeah, that's how it goes. Here. There you go. Let's go. It fits perfectly. I'm gonna show you. It fits, man. This is so amazing. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you in detail. Look at that, man. That is the tightest fit in the history of PC building. Look at that. It just cannot get tighter than that. Now you might think, well, this looks kind of, like you have a huge gap, but no, this is right on the right where it needs to be on the hole here. So that is how it's gonna go. Actually, I realized that I have to raise a little bit the fan in the center, just a little bit. Now that I have the reference, should raise it a little bit. Not a big deal. I'll just keep it there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Almost imperceptible. We got it. This is incredible, man. Just like a millimeter more and it would not fit. Look at that. Look at that. Just one, like, how many pages of a book do you think we can fit in here? Probably 5. 5. That would be maximum. Absolutely insane. Incredible. This is amazing. Now, let me connect the fan. Again, for me, this takes this case to the next level. To be able to fit this monster cooler. Because you can do anything here in this case. Literally anything. 360 AIO, huge monster cooler. Now, I'm gonna connect the fan and I'm gonna try to hide these cables in the back. This needs to be connected to the CPU. There's a CPU connector here specifically for the CPU fan. Right there. Now I just need to hide this on the back of the case. Looking good. Looking pretty good. There's not a lot of space on this hole here to get this through. And I don't know how I'm gonna hide it either. Well, let's see. Now this, I'm gonna try to get it on below this. Doesn't look great. Kind of ruins everything. That's okay. I mean, it's not that ugly. But yeah, not ideal. Maybe try to use one of these to hide it. See if I have. Try to use one of these. And also to hide these. Yeah, that's gonna work. We're gonna go with these Seasonic strip. Seasonic deserves a shout out. This power supply is like 5 years old, still going strong. No issues. I mean, I don't want to see these blue yellow cables of the fan. I have another one, so I'm gonna use another one here to hide these better. Stick it together with this 24-pin cable. And after that, we're going to put the GPU. Gonna connect the GPU. The RTX 3080. Best investment. I paid $1,200 for the 3080, man. That's a lot of money. People complain about the 5080. The 3080, after the mining issues, the mining boom, the GPUs were impossible to buy. I think that was probably the hardest generation of GPUs to buy was the 3000 series. Look at that. It's looking pretty good. Look at that, man. It's looking pro. I like it. I think the design of this case, where the power supply is, and it just makes it more logical to get a better cable matchment. Maybe these cables I could have used this way if they were longer, but they would not reach. That's where people use the extension cables to go and all the way here. So yeah. Did you clean your PC with compressed air, or do you have an electronic air blower? I have both. I was using an electronic air blower. I just bought it for this PC building. I got it at Costco for like $40. I'm not sure if I recommend it yet. The battery doesn't seem to last too long, so I'll try it more before I can say go run and buy one. But it was $40, and Amazon there was a $40 to $50 option, and a $100 option. So yeah, and this one has compressed air and vacuum. It has both. Maybe you can afford to raise it one notch. If it touches the RAM now, I don't know. Oh, so you think it's not ideal to have the fan touching the RAM? I have a spare 3080 Ti, 1000 watts PSU. You're making me want to build a second PC, man. Let's go. You should, man. Definitely. I mean, think about it. That 3080 Ti GPU is doing nothing. See, maybe what I would do is build a second PC and maybe put it on the TV. You have a TV at home, put that 3080 right there. So you have a couch gaming PC. Use my 1060 until I got my 4070 because of the crypto mining. Yeah, crypto mining was crazy. I remember when I bought the 3080, it was literally, oh, it's available. Boom, just buy it. I was not like, oh, let me see. Is this an Asus 12 gigabyte? Is this the 3080 Ti or the regular 3080? No, I was like, okay, available, boom, just buy it. Because, yeah, it was almost impossible to... They were almost impossible to buy. So that's a good point, man. Let me see if I can raise this just a little bit. Maybe I can just do this. Is this touching the RAM? Let me see. Because I don't want... You're right. If this is... Yeah, it is just right on top of the RAM. That's not ideal. You're absolutely right. I'm going to raise it a little bit. I think I do have some room right there. I think it should still fit. And now I'm gonna raise these. Now, if raising it this much, if it still fits, this case is a champ, man. I think that's good. Let me check. Looking perfect. I'm gonna try it now. Now it is not on top of the RAM. Not that there's a lot of space. Let me see if I can fit like this, for example. Let's see if this will fit. Like this thick. Well, we might have to fold it less. We might have to go with just this part. Well, it's too thick. Man, but I did raise it. I did raise it. Yeah, let's see if it works like that. Yeah, it is separated. I can see it from here. It is separated. So that is great. Let me try it now. I'm gonna buy an electronic air blower, but I'm not sure how many RPM it needs to be that powerful enough. I don't know either. This one is okay, but I don't Not sure yet. You know, after I try it more, I'll let you know. RAM valves successfully adjusted to 40 thousandths. Let's see if it fits now. Let me get this. See if it fits. Go. I don't want to slam the... It fits. It's still... Man, this case is a champ. It fits. Man, look at that. So tight. Look at that. Yes. The tightest fit in the history of CPU coolers. Just perfect. I realize the center one is a little bit lower, but I'm gonna keep it there. It's okay. It's okay. Not a big deal. Good evening, mate. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing fantastic. I don't have a Discord, but I do have a coffee. What's the name of that? Yeah, coffee. I forgot the name. Yeah, like a crowdfunding that I opened with Coffee, Kofi. Also, the feature video on the channel about the S95F is a crowdfunding to buy the S95F. We have $300 so far. Right now, S95F is like $3,000. But I'll try to see what I can do. So yeah, if you want to support the channel, thank you very much. No Discord yet, though. I don't think I have time for it, man. Honestly, I have to practice the guitar. Now, it fits. So that is great news. Now, I'm gonna raise the center one. I cannot live with that. I said I was gonna leave it like that, but no, I cannot do it. Let me raise the center. I'll raise the center fan a little bit. Yeah, I think now it is perfect. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. Now, let's go with the GPU. And then the Elgato. The Elgato has no issue. I can just put the Elgato card there. No problem. No problem with the Elgato. Now let me make space here. We make some space. Get some hope you won't have to struggle with resonance vibration because of the tight clearance. Let's see. I think we have enough clearance that it's not gonna touch the glass. I don't think it should touch the RAM either. Let's see. I'm gonna get the screws that I need out for both the GPU and the Elgato, and we're gonna go with it. So here we're gonna remove 2. Gonna remove 2 slots for the triple fan almighty RTX 3080. This is going to be a second $10,000 command center. Now this is a 3080 right here, and then from here is the Elgato. So Elgato is gonna go on this one. So I'm gonna remove this one too. Now the Elgato is kind of weird because it only takes a small space. It doesn't cover the entire PCIe, but it works. So that's what matters. Let me take these out. I'm gonna save them. That's all I need. Beautiful. So I'll save the screws. I'm gonna need them. We'll keep them right here. Time for the 3080 to shine. Now, I didn't use the power blower on the 3080. I'm gonna do that actually. Let me put this 3080 on the floor. And we're gonna blow the 3080 with a power. Let's go, let's do that. Put the 3080 on the floor. We're gonna go deep. Gonna get that 3080 perfectly clean. Before, yeah, where's my water? I think I run out of water. Yeah, I need some water. I'll be right back. Just made a really tasty Italian soup. Let's go. You know, I used to go to Olive Garden and get the all-you-can-eat soup with salad and eat like 6 bowls of salad. Let me show you a sneak peek of the 3080. I'll go for a bottle of water, and I'll be back in less than a minute. Let's go. Now, where's my blower? Oh, here it is. I kept the 3080 as clean as possible before. I tried to clean it as good as I could before putting it on the box, but I didn't have the electric blower. Let's see. I got all this. I really like this GPU. The build quality, it's all metal. Really like it. Now let me close these. There we go. Maybe vacuum a little bit. I think vacuum is really easy. Oh, this ran out of battery or what? Oh yeah, it did. See, that's why I don't recommend this until I try it enough. I think the battery life is not good enough, man. See, I haven't used it that much. It already is letting me down. Okay. So I think this is ready to go anyway. So let's go with it. That's good enough. Give you a good angle of the 3080. It's gonna be a 3080 slap. I thought this GPU was absolutely gigantic. And then I saw a 59, I'm like, this is absurd. Now the 3080 looks small. Oh, wait, I have to hold it in there. Oh, I need more light. That's okay. You can see it there. it's not going down? Oh, there you go. See, I let's listen to it now. Oh, sounds good. I like the sound of that one. So I'm gonna call it a successful operation. Whew, that was a tense moment. Look at that GPU. Only a short time ago, this was essentially the top GPU for gaming, yeah. Same with phones, glass and metal instead of plastic now. I couldn't care less about the premium feel. I do care about weight, especially when wearing summer clothes. Yeah, but I do have to say, man, this GPU is metal. It's everything is metal. I want that. I think it's better. It just gives it a more premium feeling. The 5090 I got is plastic. It's mostly plastic. You pay $3,000 for a GPU, you get plastic. You're like, no. Give me metal, and I want the packaging to be over the top. I don't want any cardboard, save the planet nonsense with my $3,000 GPU, okay? Give me ridiculously, you know, like shiny and colorful box over the top. I want something obscene that looks expensive, you know? I don't want something that looks cheap, all plastic everywhere, cardboard packaging. So I think that's very important to get the premium you pay for. That is good. Now, before I install the PCIe port here, and well, I don't want to tilt it, but good. Now this is gonna be very ugly. Oh, I did the wrong ones. This is the one I'm gonna use. Now, it's gonna look extremely ugly, but it is what it is. I want to reduce the coil whine if possible. So this is supposed to be better than using just one cable. So I'm gonna hold it in here. See if you can see that. Let's hear that. Didn't click. Didn't click. There you go. Now this is next level ugly. All that cable management in the back. So your tough 5090, it's all metal. Well, that is much better. Okay, I don't care if it weighs more. It probably does. I think that's better. You pay $3,000 for your GPU. You deserve metal. So now this explain me what am I gonna do with that. Let me get this in the box already so I don't get it dirty. You see, this is like next level. I'm gonna call the cops. Those cables should be illegal. I mean, because the thing is, the purpose of these cables is you only need one. And it works. And it probably doesn't make any difference. But because I do have some coil wine on this 3080, supposedly when you separate the lanes or the power rails where the power is coming from on the power supply, potentially you could have a better power delivery or something, then it would have less coil wine. But maybe that theory is wrong. I didn't see any difference. It still has coil wine. But yeah, maybe I can try to like hide it or something. Maybe I could try to come here instead of coming from that part. I could try coming from here. There's a hole on the case here. That's gonna look better. You can undervolt the GPU and drop 100 watts, reduce the coil wine. It takes 2 minutes. Okay. That's because if I just use one cable, clean. But the thing is, I have the cable management in the back already. I don't want to have to change that. Let's leave it like that for now. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Maybe improve it. I need to figure out where is the Elgato. But aside from that, I mean, that's the most important thing. That's the reason why we're doing this. But aside from that, this is ready to go. I'm going to slap all the panels back. Let's see, how difficult would it be to... No, actually the GPU... Actually, the GPU cables... Let me do that, man. I mean, these GPU cables are not part of the cable management. They are just... I just put them on the basement there. So I'm going to just use one. Remove the other. And this one that I'm using, I'm gonna get it through this hole instead. So it looks more premium. It looks better. Yeah, that's much better. I'm gonna figure out the coil wine later. So let me remove these. This is easy. Okay, gonna remove these. Let me see if you can see this thing. Sorry, can't see here. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, so let me remove this without breaking anything. Maybe let me try. You know what? Let me try removing it from the power supply first. See which one is it. Trying to figure out which one is it on the power supply. Okay, I got it. So it is this one right here. It's hard to remove these cables when the power supply is already there. Not impossible. One thing I can get my right hand through the other side to help me. Use a 180-degree adapter to have the cable on top of the GPU. 180-degree adapter. I've never seen that. On top of the GPU and out the back. Trying to get my finger from the other side to help me. I got it. Oof. Got it. So now actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go the other way. It's easier to get this one out alone. Because this is just one connector. Yeah, that was the right call. That was the right call. Well, I'm glad I didn't break anything. Now I have to remove this one too. Okay, I'll try that, George. I'm gonna try to undervolt. See if we can get rid of the coil whine. Man, this cable's so hard sometimes. Got it. And all of this for 2 frames per second. Just for 2 FPS. Yeah, for me it just feels so good to be able to to use the 3080. Having the 3080 just on the box doing nothing feels like a waste, man. Such an amazing GPU doing nothing. Now I'm gonna game on it. I might put it on upstairs. If it's true that I can do the streaming losing 2 frames, I mean, who cares, 2 frames. If the game sucks, I can tell you that for sure. 2 frames not gonna make any difference between the game being good or bad. So if that's the case, if I can stream without losing performance, I would put this PC upstairs so I can play on the living room. That'll be great. Great, so this is gonna be much better. Now I'm gonna put this. I think actually this hole on the case was designed for this GPU cable. So if I'm not using it, I'm just doing it wrong. I have to use it. It was designed for that. Perfect. We have all the space in the world for that. So now let me get it. It's a little. The cable is twisted. Let me make it straight. Let's twist it this way. It's perfect now. Perfect. So now I could even use this cable to wrap up all this contraction that I have here. This is the SATA cable. See what I'm saying? Like I could grab all these cables and do and use this as a let's see, like this. Nah, it's just, I'll do a better job tomorrow. I just gonna connect it and then we got it. Having a basement like this on the case is great for cable management. You just hide everything down there and it doesn't look ugly. And it's functional. You can still, you know, change something if you need to add another drive or change a cable or something. This is gonna work well. It looks amazing. It looks pro. Look at that. I think this one, honestly, this one is looking even better. It's looking more professional. So now I'm gonna flip it, and this is clipping. And now we can do it properly. Just one cable for the GPU as intended. And now that's not too bad. Look at that. I like it. Give you an angle from here. Now I'm gonna put all the panels. See how the case looks. I'm not gonna peel off the glass yet because I have some cable management to do. I need to find the Elgato, but I think we're almost done for the day. Cable management is gonna give me at least 35 frames per second more. I don't know if we trust the 180-degree adapter on a 3080 or higher TDP GPUs though. It's cheap eBay adapter, but I know their Bauer makes a fancy one with a display on it. Oh, I think I've seen that. I've watched their Bauer videos. Yes, I was pleased with my 4070 had the old connector. Yeah, this old connector is just safer, more robust, less explodey. Now I'm gonna put all the panels and call it a day. See how it looks with all the panels? We got 1, 2, 3, and then the glasses. So I'm gonna put the metal panels first. We got all these three panels. This is for the side and the front of the basement. This is for the back. For the top, we have a filter. So let's see, we're gonna start with the front. So with the front, we got it. Should be like this. The MSI logo goes this way. Pragada. Just like that. I like it. We have some air intake in here. So the whole basement has air intake. So I think for this case, it is actually great to get some fans for the bottom. So the thing is, if I get 3 fans for the bottom, then this goes out the window. I wouldn't be able to use this for the GPU cables. So I would have to change and change it back to where it was. But for now, it's gonna work out pretty nicely. Now, this. Now let me get some air on this one. Whew. This is for the front panel. Goes this way. We have it here. Nice. I like no screws, just pra 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 pra. It works. Beautiful. Now, the back. Now, we didn't get a mesh on the back. I think that's definitely a miss. I'm not sure how much a plastic mesh would add to the cost. But yeah, this back panel doesn't have a mesh in the back like this case has. So I think that's definitely a miss. I mean, at least like a magnetic mesh, like the one we have for the top of this case, would have been great. Like a magnetic mesh all the way here would have been great. But that's okay. We have an electric air blower for that. One more time, looking good, right? Really like it. Tomorrow we'll get it even better. We got that. Woo! You can't even see the fans from here. And now let's go. And I put the top. Let's see, where is the top mesh? Right here. Let me get the front glass panel. Got this mesh for the top, and it has a magnetic, so the corners is all magnetic. So you just do this, just like that, and it fits like a glove. Fits perfectly. See, this would have been great. Something like this on the side panel would have been great. How much more would that add to the cost? $10 more? I think it's worth it. Now let's get the front panel. Now this, I think this is one of the highlights of this case, being able to remove the front panel, because without the front panel, this is open. So it's very easy to replace GPUs if you want to do benchmarkings and all that stuff. I think it's great. Now here, for these, we have, this is the only screw that we have to disassemble this case. It's right here for the front glass panel. We have the screw right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to unscrew that so it is ready. And then I will screw it back. It's the only screw we have to use for the whole thing. It's gonna go like this. It does click at the top, but for extra safety, you have that screw at the bottom, right here. That's right. Now, the final panel is the, and of course we do have the mesh at the bottom of the case. I'm gonna show you that. Let's put the final panel. This is the panel of happiness, where I realized that this case was gonna be able to fit my gigantic air cooler. There you go. Now we're talking. The GPU has some sag. I do have actually, I have the MSI. Do you think it has some sag? Let's take a look at it. Maybe the camera angle. Let me, oh, you have to, let me see. Okay, let me see. Let me check it out. Yeah, it is. Well, I do have the, but I wonder if I could. Let me try to. Yeah, you're right. GPU is sagging. Let me try to see if I can fix it by making the screws tighter in the back. Let me try that. Yeah, that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed. I'm gonna. Oh, you know why? Because I'm not. So this is not very tight. This was like a flopping here. Let me remove this one. Let's see if we can correct that with some, by making this tighter. Otherwise, I'm gonna try to use the MSI support, but I don't think that MSI support is tall enough, because this is a huge gap here. I don't think it's gonna be tall enough, but I can try it. Now let me first try this. I'm gonna do some pressure this way, and I'm gonna try to make this tight. I saw this on a Jay's 2 cents video. Let's see if it works. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Oh no, you know what happened? This GPU, I'm gonna show you. This back plate is actually, so the PCB on this GPU is bent, actually. It is bent from here and it goes this way. So it gives you the impression that it is curved, because it is actually, but it's because this is bent. So it goes straight here and then it goes up a little bit at the end. But it still doesn't look right. Let me try the 5090 support, see if it's long enough. That's why I really like the bigger case that has the anti-sag bracket. I think that's great. Let's see if this works. I think it's too short. This is not big enough. But let's see, maybe it will work. Let's see how big can this get. And it's MSI too, so it looks good. Let's see how big. Maybe. Yeah, this works. This works. So let's see. Let me see how this works. So after I do this, then I would have to lock it. Yeah. So you just open it here. Just like that. We give it a race. Let's calculate that. Look at it. I think the GPU is curved. I'm gonna show you. I think that is naturally where it wants to be. I'm gonna raise it a little bit, but I don't want to overdo it because now where should I put this? The corner. Let me look at the GPU. The fan is right here. This part is flat. I think this corner will be right. Yep. I would stay straight as an arrow. We got the MSI logo there. Yeah, that's going nowhere. Yep. What do you think? Think it's good? Or maybe Asus GPU with MSI anti-sag is not is not combining well. I think it's fine. The GPU doesn't say Asus from here. Well, you see the tough logo, but that's okay. But yeah, this GPU is bent. I'm gonna show you from if you look at it dead center. Like I'll try to calibrate the camera so it is aligned with the chassis. I'll try to align it perfectly, just like that. You see the GPU PCB is not perfectly straight. From here, you can clearly see from the end, it raises, it's higher, it is bent. And I think the back plate is also a little bit bent. So it's a factory defect that this GPU has. I noticed that when I got it, but the GPUs were not available. I was not gonna replace it, and it works perfectly. So I think that is part of the reason why it looks like it is sagging more than what is actually sagging, but it was definitely sagging a little bit. So, yep. Good thing I had the solution. It's perfect. Okay. Much better, man. I'm liking a lot. Now, let's turn it on. Let's turn it on. See if it works. Now I'm using the monitor, so I'm gonna connect it to my TV. I'm gonna turn it on and see if we did it right, or if it's just going to explode or something. I'm gonna get these. I'll keep it like that so you see it better. I'll put the panel later. Let's connect it. You get that. Now, one of the things that I like the most about this GPU, I have two HDMI. So for me to compare TVs and all of that, this is better. I can connect two TVs, HDMI output. Asus, it's just the only brand doing that now, I think, as far as I know. So I think all the rest of the brands are missing out. Just one HDMI output, I don't think that's good enough. Test the temps of the GPU, of the CPU, rise of running. That makes sense. So let's see, let me see what time it is. I didn't want to go to sleep too late today. It's 2 a.m. already. So I'll try. Let me open, turn it on, check. Turn on the TV. Turn on the PC. Let's see that. Now, if I connected everything right, this should light up. So let's see. The moment of truth. Roll the drums. Let's go. Oh, wait. I need to connect it to power first. I need power. Where is the power? Where is the power connector? Let me find the power connector for this power supply. Oh, here it is. So Rise of the Ronin has become from an absolute mess to the benchmark. When it comes to CPU temperatures, nothing will kill your CPU faster than Rise of the Ronin. Thanks to that game, we were able to successfully remove the cooler by warming up the thermal paste, removing the fans. Okay, it is connected now. Let's go. Boom. We got some power on the motherboard. That's a good sign. Let's go, man. This is the moment of truth. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Hopefully, it turns on. Oh, let me not get too close, just in case it explodes. At least I'm safe. Let's go. We got some addressable RGB going on everywhere. Well, I'm not sure if it's addressable RGB, but it's definitely shiny. Look at that. We got all the front, and the side lighting up. Let's go. I see the fan spinning. GPU is spinning. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. CPU spinning very slow though. Very slow. Let's see. Very slow the spinning. Oh, I have no operating system. I cannot play any game. I need to install Windows. The drive is empty. I have to install Windows. This is empty. But at least I can get into BIOS. So yeah, it's taking me directly to BIOS. Let me see what we got. So, oh, we have video. It's recognizing the, well, this mouse is connected to the other PC, not to this one. So I need a mouse. Let me test. I'm gonna connect this mouse. Man, I love how this looks. Now I wonder if I'm gonna be able to change the colors and all of that. I hope so. Thank you very much, man. We've dedicated a lot of time and love to this PC. Let's see, we got motherboard temperature 25 Celsius, CPU temperature 40 Celsius. That is looking very good. We got the memory is already at 3600, CL16, 1936, 1.35 volts. So we got, everything looks perfect. We got both drives recognized. The main drive for the PC is the Samsung 970 Evo Plus 500 gigabytes. We have the Toshiba 1 terabyte drive, and we have the 500 gigabyte drive. So all the drives are recognized. 5800X3D. We got the 32 gigabytes of memory recognized. All the fans are spinning. Let me see if I can change the lighting. So if I go to Aura RGB, I turn it on. Let me see if I have so the fans, the CPU fan is spinning at 228 RPM. The chassis fans, CPU OTP fan 579, PCH fan 2300. No, the memory, so the RAM is at 2200 megahertz. No, it's right, it's the XMP is enabled. So I think everything looks good, man. I have to install Windows, so I cannot play anything right now, but everything looks good. Another win. Man, I love how this, like everything, the cable management, everything is looking good. Everything is working. It is very quiet. Extremely quiet. I cannot hear anything. The NOTWAS are kind of eyesore, but it works. Yeah, the color of this fan, yeah, it doesn't combine with anything. Well, I do have to say the motherboard does have some of these accents, but you cannot see it. Maybe you want to clone the old drive if you have a lot of stuff on it. Make a cloning drive stream. It wouldn't be possible to achieve building that long without you taking all the air out of the room. Yeah, that's why we do it. So yeah, man, I'm very happy. This worked. I just have to install Windows. It's looking amazing, honestly. I really love. I hope I can change the lights and all of that. I think so. I should be able to change the lights, but it is very quiet. Very quiet. Yeah, this air cooler, man. If you look at it from here, you'll be like, no way. I'm looking at it. It's like right there, man. Right there. It's a miracle it fits. They definitely, I think MSI is doing a great job. My only complaint with this case is that the power supply is blocking the access to one of the holes that you have to get cables connected to the motherboard. And maybe we could say that the GPU was sagging a little bit. So maybe you could say this could be more rigid in the back. But this is a heavy GPU. It was sagging with my Chinese case. That's why I had to put the case horizontally. But aside from that, I think this case is great. So yeah, very happy with it, man. Got MSI fans. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna get you. Well, here's the mic. The mic is not on the phone. The mic is right here. This is a $1,300 reference microphone you're hearing right now, and I have the gain max out. Can you hear anything? Nothing. It's whisper quiet. Whisper quiet. I don't hear anything. I think I've seen some graphics card that have a metal strip along the PCB there to prevent sag. I think it's perfect, man. Yeah, I'm loving it. Tomorrow, I'm gonna open the bag and do some cable management. I'm going to install Windows, try some games, try to set up OBS and all that good stuff, and maybe we can do our first stream. I could buy Ninja Gaiden, and we could check out the performance. Let's see. I'm on vacation, so I do have time tomorrow. I do want to play the guitar though. Yesterday I had a meeting with one of the best guitarists in the history of humanity, and he told me that I had a lot of talent and that he was going to help me and give me classes. And yeah, I am very, very excited about it. I have to study a lot. Like, you have no idea. Imagine you're trying to make a name of yourself, and Michael Jackson calls you and tells you, hey, I'm gonna help you because I think you have a lot of talent. So that happened with me yesterday, and I have to study the guitar too. But I'm on vacations. How's it going? Saludos desde Cuba, mi hermano. Que te mande el S90C. Vaya, muchacho, con la calidad que tiene Samsung, el televisor se te va a llegar todo virado para allá. Y probablemente te lo quiten en la aduana. De madre, ¿cómo está la cosa por allá, por Cuba? Ojalá que, compadre, puedas salir de ahí. Esto está bueno. El Yuma está bueno. Mira cómo estoy. Mira cómo estoy en el Yuma. Esto está bueno, ¿sí? Esto está bueno. Estudia. Trata de buscar un hueco para salir de ahí. Eso está malo. Ya tengo toda mi familia aquí. Todo el mundo está contento. Todo el mundo está contento. Le compré a mi gente una silla a darse masaje. Y esto está bueno. Estamos aquí viviendo el sueño americano. Dándonos masajes en una silla, ya tú sabes de eso. Yendo a restaurantes. Fuimos por un restaurante. Comimos, ya tú sabes. Esto está bueno. O sea, man, Let's go. So let's leave it there, man. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much. So tomorrow I'm going to, so should I stream cable management? I don't think, I mean, I think we've done enough. I will do the cable management, install Windows, and then maybe try to do the first stream. But yeah, let me know. Maybe I will stream the cable management, depending. Let's see how this stream does. I mean, we got 25 people average for the entirety of the stream. I think that's fantastic. 5-hour long stream of me building a PC. I think the value of doing this is to show you that what you see on YouTube, people doing a short, 3 minutes long, 2 minutes, 3 minutes long, you see how to build a PC, and it's just like bam, 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 boom, and it's perfect at the end. There are some people who have a lot of abilities. Okay, I'm not an expert. I don't do this every day, and of course I'm taking a lot of time because I'm very careful. Okay, I could do it faster, but it gives you a better way. So it gives you a better idea of what we have to go through. So yeah, I might stream it. So thank you very much, George, for being here. Thank you, Z, and everyone who joined the stream. Benny, sido gran ayuda para comprar mi TV ahora, mi monitor OLED, mano, muchas gracias. Bueno, padre, si te puedes comprar un OLED en Cuba, estás bien. Hay gente en Cuba que está bien, es que tampoco tengas que correr, pero la Yuma está buena, mi hermano. La Yuma está buena. So let's leave it there. Thanks for joining. Cable management is therapeutic. It's ASMR. Yeah, I'm gonna rest. Never forget building this one during your stream. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good night, rest, and then tomorrow we'll go back at it. And I'm going to upload the video. Okay. Yeah, let's leave it there, man. Have a good one. Take care. You gave me motivation to finish my build up, the last stuff in my case. Let's go and get that cable management in detail. Okay, every single detail. Just make it look beautiful. Yeah, let's leave it there, man. Take care. Until tomorrow.